Yeah, SmackDown, obviously this is just the week before Crown Jewel. Crown Jewel is going to be in Australia. So I believe on Monday, Raw is going to be at a normal time. So the kind of time that we expect Raw to be, it's going to go back to being 8 p.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. UK time, right? So I believe that we've got that. And then I think on Friday next week, I think we're in Australia. Because, of course, the next day we are doing Crown Jewel. And so it's obviously going to take quite a bit of time for us to get to Australia. It is not a quick journey. So I'm pretty sure that next week's SmackDown is over in Australia. I think next week's Raw is as well. I think both of those are over in Australia. So we've got a normal show, obviously, tonight, a normal show on Monday, and then it all gets weird for a weekend as we're over in Australia. So, yeah, just something worth bearing in mind, because I know people can get caught out with the different start times. But let's have a look, see what we've got for SmackDown, shall we? So we got Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton going to war against Bronson Reed and Bron Breakker. So I think that's going to be our main event, but certainly haven't seen anything confirmed. Then we got Sami Zayn's United States Open Challenge. I think there's a lot of people that could answer this. Some people are wondering if it'll be Obafemi that's going to answer it. I don't think it will. Because apparently there's word that he has got a few more things lined up in NXT. So I think Wrestling Observer said he's not quite done with NXT yet. So the belief is that he is going to continue working in NXT for a little bit, and then we'll get called up. And plus also, if he does take on Sami, is he going to lose this first match? I mean, I really think that he should win if he does answer the open challenge. I think the only thing is if it's a count out or a DQ or something like that. I don't think he should lose to Sami in his first match. So, yeah, that is potential, but not the person I'm expecting. I'm hoping for Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, someone along those lines. I think that could be good, a lot of fun, honestly, if we was to get a match like that. So, but so far it's been brilliant. Shinsuke has been lurking, so Shinsuke is a possibility, but I get the feeling like we're building to Shinsuke. I get the feeling like Shinsuke is going to be a big match at some point. I don't know that he just answers the open challenge tonight, but he could do. And then we got Tiffany. She's going to be on the show. She's going to set her sights on Crown Jewel and Stephanie. So obviously we know Crown Jewel, it's champion versus champion. It's going to be Tiffany against Stephanie. It's going to be Cody taking on Seth. As well as that, we know we got the Kabuki Warriors against Io and Rhea. And yeah, it's there's obviously a lot of interesting things that are kind of going on at the moment. So let's jump in, say hello to people. Paul said, can I ask when next week's SmackDown? When is next week's SmackDown? It's next week. It's next Friday, but time-wise, I'm not too sure. I don't know if I can find that. SmackDown start time. What would it be next week? The 10th? Yeah, the 10th. So that would be October 10th, 2025. October 10th is... that's the 3rd. That's the 3rd. It's not giving me any information on next week's at the moment. Everything that's coming back is just coming back about the 3rd. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's in Australia, though. So I'm pretty sure it will be an earlier start time. I want to apologise for being grumpy last night, said Harbour Binger. Well, I didn't notice you being grumpy, but hope you've had a good day. I've been watching England, said James. They murdered South Africa. I had a takeaway, watched the football and fell asleep. James, hope you're doing well, buds. I did watch a little bit of that as well earlier. Lucas said, as a Breakker fan, I'm hoping that we get Oba versus Braun soon. That would be goods. And Porky Pig said, again, it is Dave Meltzer that's reported about Oba. That is true. And we know that Dave has been swinging and missing a little bit in recent times. You could argue throughout his whole career. But he does get some stuff right as well, which is why people still pay attention. But yeah, I think that it's obviously gets taken with a pinch of salt, and I have no idea who's answering the open challenge. There's been no words as to who it's going to be, but I would love it to be Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Axiom, Nathan Frazier. Those are the names that I'm looking for, because any of those matches would bang. Any of those would be goods. I mean, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, both former NXT champs, both having great matches, great title runs. You know, you put them in there with Sami Zayn just to put on a real tasty match. Both of them can deliver, as can Nathan Frazier, as can Axiom. So I would really be looking for something like that. But it could be Oba, it could be Shinsuke. I mean, we had Javon Evans, didn't we? So, I mean, really, it can be anyone. It could be flipping Ethan Page, who knows? So, yeah, lots of potential. Dean said, what if John is playing the long game? What if he is a heel, but is just acting like a face? This way, when he retires as the last real champion, it's more memorable. Well, I don't think that's what they're doing. To be honest, I think the heel run didn't work. But I do think there's a couple of things that they did during it that they liked. And one of those, I think, is the extra intro. So, you know, like, not only does he get introed as he's coming down to the ring, but when he's in the ring, he'll ask for another intro, right? Where he gets, like, to go again. He did answer that and say the reason why they do that is because the fans seem to really react well to having another opportunity to kind of join in. So because the fans enjoy that, that's why they kept that. I was confused when they released that shirt yesterday. We put it in unseen. It's just a black shirt with white John Cena text. But as I said in unseen, perhaps it's just to commemorate his heel run. Perhaps it's just like a little collectible for fans so that they can wear it, and it is to signify John's heel run, right? Because he's had one, right? And we don't really have any merch that represents it, because some people will have enjoyed it. I mean, I think a lot of people enjoyed the moment where he actually turned heel. So, you know, I think that merch is definitely for that purpose. They have today shown some new merch for Crown Jewel. So we've actually seen proper new John Cena merch for Crown Jewel. So I think that black shirt with white text, I think that's probably just to kind of a little collectible, just to represent that heel run, because there wasn't really anything, unless they're going to release some figures and stuff like that as well, you know, which Mattel should, to be honest, release something to, again, represent heel Cena. It was such a big moment when he turned that, you know, that does make sense. But the last real champion I do struggle with. I do agree with you. The last real champion doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I feel like as a marketing line, they like it, you know, because it presents him as being the end of an era, really. It presents him as being the final something, right? It's like, come and watch John Cena this year. Come and see his final match. Make sure you tune in, because this is the last real... But do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like they've done it for that reason, because they're trying to build it up. They're just trying to make it as big as possible. He is the last. You gotta tune in. He's the last real. But what do you say? Do you know what I mean? And so I think they've kind of just settled and kept the last real champion line, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The last real champion. Doesn't make any sense. Because WWE will be around for years and years and years and years. There's going to be many, many more champions. I mean, you've got Cody Rhodes as the WWE champion, right? God only knows what Cody thinks about that line. Well, I mean, what does that make Cody? Like a clown champion or something? What does last real champion even mean? But I don't think it's a heel thing. I think it was a heel thing. It came out of a heel thing. But I think he's now trying to sort of repackage, represent it. Why they've decided to keep it, I can only think that. I can only think that to a casual fan, it sounds quite impressive. If you saw a poster for UFC and there was someone being advertised as the last real champion, and they were retiring, if you didn't know much about UFC, but you had a passing interest, that maybe you'd tune in for that, And so I can only think it's something along those lines, because other than that, it just doesn't really make any sense. So, but look, I think we can look at the John Cena 2025, the vast majority of it, because there's only 5 dates left now. I think we can look back in the rearview mirror and say, quite comfortably, there was quite a few missteps in there. There was quite a lot of stuff that we just got it wrong. They had a plain sheet of paper. They had a blank page for them to do whatever they wanted this year. And I would say, by and large, they got, I would say, quite a bit of it wrong. But that's my opinion. Do you know what I mean? That's my taste. You might think different, and that would be absolutely fine. But are we going to stick the landing? To be honest with you, the final match is the most important thing. How are you going to do it? How are you going to present it? How much time is he going to get? Is he going to talk afterwards? I mean, you're not going to Goldberg him. You're not going to give him like 20 odd seconds before we cut the broadcast. So, have you factored that in, right? I mean, start the match with an hour to go. It ain't going to take an hour to do the match. With entrances and all of that kind of stuff. You could probably finish the match if it's like 20 odd minutes and the crowd have had chance to applaud. You could probably have a good 20 minutes promo from Cena. And Cena can talk for 20 odd minutes, no problem, as he looks back on his career and talks about the fans, talks about what he set out to achieve. I mean, you can easily fill 20 minutes of John Cena talking. But have they factored that in? Are they going to give him 10 minutes? Are they going to give him 5 minutes? Like, I don't know. What's the plan? And, of course, what's the final opponent? That's what people want to know as well. So, yeah, the landing is more important than the bumpy flight. So we've had a bumpy flight. Takeoff was okay at the start of the year. Bit of a bumpy flight throughout the year. But, are we going to land safely or are we going to crash into a mountain? We're going to find out. Right, wrestling cuts you off, my friends. Let me go to your channel. Wrestling Russ. I thought it was you, but I didn't want to assume. So, Wrestling Russ, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. Wrestling Russ, with a very kind donation, said, "Good evening. I'm supposed to be at SmackDown, and I was going to meet Tyler and his family, but the stomach bug hit me hard last night, and everyone here at home. I hope everyone is well, and hello, Tyler. If you see this, enjoy SmackDown." Wrestling Russ, I'm so sorry to hear that, my friend. To get hit with sickness so close to actually go into a WWE show, and I could imagine that being a real downer. So I'm really sorry to hear that. Obviously, there'll be other opportunity in the future. I think the show looks okay, but, I don't think it looks to be a show that if you miss, it's like, oh my God, I've missed an absolute all-time classic. I think this was going to be a fun watch. I expect it to be a fun watch. I think it'll be a good show, but I think it'll be a show that hopefully we can replicate in the future, so that next time you go, it hopefully will be just as star-studded, just as exciting, just as noteworthy. So that sucks, though. I mean, obviously they're not around your area that often, so you probably will have to wait a little while. But the great thing about WWE is they're constantly active, constantly on the go. So, I mean, there's not really much doubt that they will be back around your area again. So it's just a bit of a downer, isn't it? I can understand that. So, Wrestling Russ, I'm really sorry to hear about that, my friend. Thank you so much for the support, and wishing you and everyone in your households a very, very speedy recovery. Undeniably, Martin said, it's been 1 year that I've been a member. This is the best community. Well, Martin, thank you, my friends. And obviously, you know, it's great having you as a member. You've been a big part over on that members side. I think it's been members side doing some really good stuff. Yeah, which actually you guys will start seeing some clips of. I am actually going to start making some clips of the members stuff. We've got a little game we play called Wrestle Feuds. I actually showed the members one of the clips I'd done. And my plan for Sunday is to get lots of other clips done as well. So, yeah, there's a fair bit going on the members side. But, yeah, appreciate it. So, Wrestling Russ, Martin, thank you. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Did you hear that John Jones's brother died? He's a former NFL player. He's called Arthur Jones. I didn't, but that's horrific. I'm really sad and sorry to hear that. And we obviously heard about Lexis King's brother passing away. And to be honest, yesterday's Unseen felt like there was just enough to do a video. It was not the busiest of days. But I looked at it and I was like, is there enough here? I felt like there was just enough for an episode. I won't put an episode out if it doesn't meet a certain standard. And for me, I thought that there was just enough. But it was only like 18 minutes long. So, as I said, I knew that we were not scraping the barrel, but I felt there was just enough. But sadly, one of the stories in there was that Lexis King's brother had passed away as well. And obviously, thoughts, condolences very much with him. And actually, there was so kind of little in the video compared to, like, normally we will go double that, like 35 minutes, whatever. There was so little in the video, I had to even use it as the thumbnail, and I really didn't want to do that. Because I didn't really want to advertise or use his loss as a thumbnail image. But I was really struggling to put something else on the thumbnail because there really just wasn't much in the video that was like big talking points. So I kind of felt like, well, okay, I'll have to go with that. But it didn't really sit well with me. So, but yes, we had... that news come through yesterday as well. So thoughts with John Jones, thoughts with Lexis King. Rob said, what's happening for SmackDown tonight? Well, we got the Sammy Open Challenge. Tiffany's on the show. The only match that I've seen announced is Cody Rhodes and Randy Orton against Bronson Reed and Bron Breakker. So if you are having vision withdrawal symptoms, if you are sat there going, oh my God, I've not seen a vision match in like, I don't know, 4 days, then, you know, good news. They're going to be in action again tonight. So, boom. Hasib, hello. Said, Daze, with NXT against TNA, are you rooting for NXT or do you just not care, lol? Hasib, shout out to you, bud. I am... I think what I will probably do is I will be rooting for NXT to not, like, be humiliated. I'm not really looking for NXT to lose. I think there's 4 matches on Tuesday, because obviously we've got NXT versus TNA, the showdown, right? So I suppose I'm looking for it to be... I don't mind if they lose 3-1, right? But I'm not looking for it to be 4-0. So I suppose I'll be rooting for NXT in regards to it not being a massacre, right? I suppose it would be nice for it to be 2-2 and for it to be a draw. Which I think is what they'll probably do. They'll probably have it go 2-2. So I'm not sure, honestly. I mean, I think that the women's team is not that strong for TNA. So I think the TNA women will lose. But I think the TNA men could win. I think that Trick could just, you know, abandon Team NXT. You know, his loyalty is very much to himself these days. So I think we can easily get to a situation where it's 1-1 coming out of those 2 matches. I think the Hardys could win against Dark State. I think that would be kind of big news. The Hardys have got the NXT tag titles because I think it's winner takes all there. So, you know, we've got the women's title and the men's title. So TNA having the tag titles makes sense. So the NXT tag titles, and Hardys having them is obviously a big story as well. So everything seems to point towards the Hardys winning that to me. And then I think Ethan Page cheats his way to victory over Mustafa Ali. So that would make it 2-2. So that's how I kind of think it goes. So I'm looking for that. I think that makes sense in my head. I'm not that bothered, to be honest, because, you know, this is a story. If NXT does lose on Tuesday, you know, we've still got the TNA top titles. So, you know, NXT, I think, has been treated really well in this. TNA is probably the side that's feeling a little bit more let down. So actually, if TNA win on Tuesday, you could make an argument that that helps balance things out a little bit. Yeah, you've got our belts, but when we did that big showdown, TNA emerged victorious. So it kind of levels the playing field. So I suppose the answer to your question is I'm largely not bothered, right? I'm looking for a good story. I'm looking for where we're going next. I'm kind of, I suppose, looking a slightly bigger picture. But yeah, I suppose in a way I'm not that fussed. But in regards to do I want to see NXT get battered 4-0? No, I don't. I'm not looking for that. But I don't think that will happen. So I don't know. 3-1, as long as NXT gets somewhat on the boards, I'd be okay with that. Losing 3-1. I'd be okay with it being 2-2. I don't even think I want to see NXT win, honestly, because it's one of those where you want this to work for both sides. Like, I want NXT fans to be happy with this partnership, but I do want TNA fans to be happy as well. Like, I don't want them to feel like we're just mistreating them and booting them around. Like, I don't want that. So I suppose in a way I'm looking for 2-2 being the ideal outcome. So yeah, pretty big Tuesday coming up. We got a big showdown, NXT against TNA. Carl said, I really hope Miz doesn't turn face. He's so much better as a heel. Maybe Mello could be face. I'm curious to see how this plays out. Right, Chris said, Daze, I just found out my liver blood functions are a bit better than when I was in hospital, but they're still bad. Hopefully you can find out more info on Tuesday. Well, Chris, that's good. Any good news in this world, grab a hold of it, hold it close. You never know when there's going to be a bit of bad news coming around the corner. That's how life seems to go. So that's very good. Aaron said, unpopular opinion, but I think WWE should focus more on Bronson Reed. I actually agree. He looked like a monster against Seth and Strowman. His finisher from the top looks brutal. Breaker doesn't do it for me. Thoughts? Aaron, I am standing right next to you on that opinion. I agree. We've said before, I mean, I've got a bit of a struggle with Bron Breakker. I think there's real potential there. I think he dominates the mid-card, and I think he easily gets to a world heavyweight title. The belt that Seth's got. I mean, I don't feel like we're that far away from it. I mean, he is athletic. I mean, if you think that Sammy is potentially going to be knocking on the door next year for a world heavyweight title run, right? Some people are thinking he might win the Rumble, might go on to win that belt at some point next year. I'm one of those people. I think that could happen, right? I think Sammy is a great in-ring competitor. But one thing that I think everyone would agree is that Sammy, visually, is not the most aesthetically pleasing, right? He's not like someone that's ripped and jacked and, you know, he's got like, he looks like your dad's mate. Do you know what I mean? He looks like the guy next door. Like, he looks just like a normal dude, really. But the thing with Sammy is when that bell rings, he's so good in the ring. He's so good. His matches are so good. Just look at how fantastic this open challenge has been. I mean, it's worked so well because you know that this is what Sammy does. This is what makes Sammy special, is that his in-ring consistently is so strong. And, I mean, he's not missed. He's in this US Open Challenge. He's not missed. There's not been a single bad match. The Cena match, the Rey Fenix match, the Carmelo Hayes match, the Javon Evans match. They've all delivered. And I have no doubt that whatever we're going to get tonight is going to deliver. You can go into SmackDown with some confidence that at least we're going to get a banger out of Sami Zayn. So that's why, for me, he deserves to be around that world title, having won tag belts and mid-card belts. You know, this is wrestling. It's about who's the best wrestler. And it's not always about who looks the best. I know that plays a big part, of course, which is why Sami's never going to be the face of the company. But is he good enough, compelling enough, engaging enough to get to a world title? I say yes. I say yes. But then you've got Bron Breakker, who isn't as good in ring. He's not a Sami Zayn in the ring. His match quality is not as good. But undeniably, he's got a better look. He's obviously young, he's athletic, he's explosive, he's a big prospect, he's one for the future. He will be a multiple-time world champion. World heavyweight title, I can see him winning quite a few times. It's just, can he take that next step to WWE Championship? Because I do see that as the step above. Maybe not everyone does, but I do. I mean, I don't think you put the WWE Championship on Damian Priest, but you do put the World Heavyweight Championship on Damian Priest. And to me, that's kind of how it gets summed up, you know, is that the World Heavyweight Championship you can take a few gambles with, because you've got another world title that's being carried by the actual guy, be it Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes. That's the actual guy. It's the actual face of the company. So the world title over on Raw, it doesn't have to do as much heavy lifting. So I think Bron Breakker gets to that level, but I don't know about him taking that next step to the WWE Championship. We'll have to wait and see. I think with Bronson Reed, he brings size, power. He doesn't have the same kind of athleticism and explosiveness, but you're right, he's just a wrecking ball. He's just an absolute wrecking ball. His feud with Braun Strowman was one of the most enjoyable feuds that I think I've seen in recent years. There wasn't really any missteps. Every match they had, every segment they had was compelling. It wasn't like it was just one segment. Like, it was really good. Everything about that was really good. All building towards that tsunami on the top of a car in the parking lot at the back, you know? And they made him look so good. I mean, he found his way to the Survivor Series team. And he had real momentum. And now he does just feel like he's playing second fiddle. I can't make an argument that he would become WWE champion. I think that he can go on to be a world heavyweight champion. But I can't really make an argument that he would go further than Bron. I think they both get to world heavyweight champion, but I think it takes something really special to get you to that next level. I think that's something that's, you know, that's hard. That's really difficult to do that. I mean, even Kevin Owens is struggling to get to that level, you know. It feels like that WWE Championship, it feels really special. I hope we don't lose that. I really hope that's not something that we throw away, because I think it reminds me a lot of like the 80s with Hogan. Hogan was the guy, and if you was going to get that WWE Championship at that time in the 80s, I mean, you needed to be someone really significant. You needed to be someone that we just could not ignore. Macho Man Randy Savage was that person. He won it at WrestleMania 4, you know, and carried it for a year. Ultimate Warrior was that person. We just couldn't ignore it, right? Now, granted, Hogan stepped away to do films, but it was Warrior that stepped in, you know? And obviously, by the time Hogan comes back, Slaughter has got it off Warrior. And, you know, Sergeant Slaughter, I mean, one of the biggest names in the history of WWE, certainly as a heel. And then Hogan wins it back, of course, right? So, you know, you kind of look at that and you can see that there is really not many people other than Hogan that carry it in the 80s, certainly after he's arrived back in 84. And it feels like that to me now. It kind of feels like you need to be someone of real significance, like a CM Punk or a Roman Reigns or a Cody Rhodes or a Brock Lesnar. Those are the only names that feel like the WWE Championship really belongs. You could go Seth Rollins, that's fine, of course. Seth's absolutely in that conversation. The Rock is in that conversation. Maybe Gunther now is in that conversation, right? Maybe Gunther. But it's not for a Bron Breakker yet, or a Bronson Reed yet, or a Damian Priest, or a Sami Zayn, or, you know, it's not for any of those guys, or a Finn Balor. I mean, none of those, in my mind, are going to get the WWE Championship. I do see it as a step up, and I like the fact it feels that way. So, yes, I'm in agreement with you that I would not sacrifice Bronson Reed. I can't make the argument that he goes further than Bron. I see them both get into that level, and then really it's about what stories are happening, who's connecting with them, and you know, can they kick on to the WWE title? I suppose at that point you would say, is it more likely that it would be Bronson or Bron? Who would be more likely to kick on? And I suppose at that point you might say Bron. You might say Bron. The thing with Bronson is he reminds me a lot of Bam Bam Bigelow, and there was always a ceiling for Bam Bam. You know, Bronson reminds me of like a Vader. There was always a ceiling for Vader. I don't know if that was a Vince thing, but, you know, some of those kind of Rikishi kind of level guys, Bam Bam, those kind of meteor guys, they didn't always break through to the very top. It just kind of felt like they reached a certain level and couldn't get past it. And maybe Bronson is the person that can break through that, you know? You know, I think about Big Boss Man. I think people of that size, they just never quite made it to the top, the very top. And, you know, obviously, if you go really big, like, say, Yokozuna, to the point where, you know, we've never seen anyone that size before, then you can break through. I don't recommend that for Bronson. But, yeah, it's a real interesting one who's going to go further. Well, I would not give up on Bronson Reed either. I agree with you. I get more excited for his matches than I do Bron Breakker matches. But is Bron Breakker more marketable? Right. Not everyone can be the top champ. Otherwise, they'd all be doing it, said Miss Clown. Yeah, I agree. I think it's right as well that we kind of really make it special. I think it's right as well that we have another world championship where you can have world champion next to your name, but we all kind of know that you weren't the top champion. I really like this setup. I'm a big fan. I think this is right. Because I think that, you know, if Sammy wins the World Heavyweight Championship, the one that Seth's got, he can go around and call himself a world champion, a WWE world champion, right? And that will be correct. He was a world champion in WWE, the World Heavyweight Champion. And that's great. And when he goes to conventions, you know, former WWE World Heavyweight Champion, you know, all of that, you know, on his Wikipedia page, he'll have, you know, Cena's 17-time world champion. Sammy will be 1-time world champion. And that's great. That's brilliant. It gives him that honor. He deserves that honor. But we'll all know that it wasn't the WWE Championship. We'll all know that there was a bigger belt, right, to get, which I don't think is a belt, even as a Sammy fan, that I wouldn't give Sammy. I don't think Sammy has got the complete package for that belt. That belt, in my mind, makes you the face of the company. You are the face at the very front of the posters if you have that belt. You are Roman Reigns. You are Cody Rhodes. You are CM Punk, right? You are the guy. You like the company is on your shoulders. And for me, like, I like the fact it's kept special. But I like the fact there's a belt that can also give people world title runs next to their name. So I kind of like the current system. I think it works well. I know that it's not for everyone. Some people are a bit down on 2 world champions. But I would say if you look at boxing, they have 4 world champions in each weight class. They got the WBO world champion, the IBF world champion, the WBC world champion. Like, they've got 4 world champions in each weight class, and then you got things like the Ring magazine and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, for WWE to have 2 world champions, I'm okay with that. And obviously it's good to have this conversation because those 2 world champions are going to be going up against each other for Crown Jewel. And so we'll try and figure out who the best is and who is going to get the ring and, who's going to be the Crown Jewel champion and all of that. So it is kind of interesting to have that conversation right now because next weekend it is champion versus champion. Dawny said, a lot of wrestlers need more personality. I find a lot of them very samey, but I think it's me. No, I can understand. I think it's difficult because a lot of people are the same. I mean, I think a lot of us are good people. I think we kind of know what right from wrong. And I think that we are, everyone's got their own little things that make them different, but it's hard to find those and exaggerate those and get those little differences to stand out when the vast majority of us are the same, really. A lot of who we are is similar. We're going to have different tastes in films. We're going to have different tastes in music. But, I mean, you can't really do anything with that in wrestling. I mean, I suppose you could have someone give them a bit of a rock music chick vibe. I mean, like if you look at Rhea, she's got a bit of a goth vibe, for example. But then, we've seen other people that have had a bit more of a pop punk vibe. I'm thinking like Ruby Riott, yeah? So, I mean, you can try and bring things out that way, but I just think it's quite hard. I think it's quite difficult. Wrestling went through a period of trying to use jobs as points of difference. So, we had the bin man, and we had the flipping baseball guy, and, we had the dentist, and we just tried that to see if we could get people to stand out. And then, like, you go back to the golden era, and we had people kind of representing things. So right now, we've got people really being themselves. And so I can more than understand that everyone feels the same argument, right? But as I said, in the past, we've done it where it's been kind of on jobs. We've tried different gimmicks. But if you go back to like the 80s, we've got people representing things like, Adam Bomb. That's not a job, right? But he's just representing an atomic bomb, or Earthquake, right? Where he's kind of representing an earthquake, right? He's got his, the finishing move is where he stomps around. You get the tremors, he kind of goes against the ropes and splashes down. We had the natural disasters, Typhoon doing the splash, of course. So, you had kind of people trying to stand out that way. We tried to put some animals with wrestlers, like Frankie the Parrot, Jake the Snake, Matilda being with the Bulldogs. Even Ricky the Dragon came out with a kimono dragon, is it? Even he was carrying a dragon around for a little time. So we've tried so many different ways over the years to get people to kind of be different and to stand out. But I think the problem you've got with modern wrestling is it's so big. I mean, you've got NXT, Evolve, Raw, SmackDown, that's just WWE. And, constantly there are people coming and going. Constantly we're churning through. It's like a production line. It's like a never-ending conveyor belt of new wrestlers coming in that need music, graphics, a name. I mean, Jesus, we're running out of names. They're getting all these weird, wacky names, just like blooming, I don't know, It's Gall. We've got an It's Gall. We've got, I think Lyra Valkyria is kind of a bit of a quirky name, right? But there's loads. Tiffany Stratton. I mean, Tiffany's okay. But we're having to constantly come up with, like, Jakara Jackson. I mean, they're fine. They're passable, but it's like, we ain't getting many Steves, Bobs, Billies, Jacks, things like that. We're getting things like Cappuccino Jones and people like that. Jamar Hamptons, which, I don't know, maybe that's a real reflection of where the world is with names at the moment, but we have to come up with names and graphics and theme music and trying to get everyone a gimmick as well, trying to find a way of getting everyone to stand out, not only now, but to also be different from anything that came before. You can't really do anything that came before because then you'll be compared to that. So you can't do that. You got to do something new, and it's got to be something original, and it can't be anything anyone's doing now. And you're gonna have every I don't know, 50 new wrestlers coming in to WWE via AEW, like Blake Monroe did, like Ricky Saints did, or coming through next in line, or coming through the WWE ID situation. Like, you're going to have this constant conveyor belt of people. So honestly, I just think there's so many people that you have to cater for. It is so hard to make people stand out. I think what's happened is that wrestling has got to a situation where it's like, right, okay, hang on. Let's try and find something that you're passionate about, and can we exaggerate that at all, right? So with Wendy Chu, she might have said, well, I do like sleeping. Okay, let's try and exaggerate that, shall we? And, I do like, I'm a business person. I was voted the best young business mind in America in 2019 or whatever. Okay, Kiana James. Let's try and make you a businesswoman, then let's give you like glasses and a little suit, and we'll try and do that, shall we? And so I think they're trying to exaggerate like certain things that they can, but it's just hard, isn't it? From the sheer amount of wrestlers that we have now, it's just really, really difficult. So, yeah, I do agree. I just think, I'd love to sit here and go, this is what they should do. But I just think with the sheer number of wrestlers that come into the business, it's so hard to get original names. You're going to end up with a Wendy Chu, I mean, there's just going to be you got to find these original names. You got to find original music, original graphics. It's a lot. That's a lot. It's a lot of work, man. I don't envy that. Being in the creative team, coming up with storylines is one thing, but constantly trying to package new people, just Joe Blogs that's coming in off the street, and you've got to find a way of presenting them and giving them something that can connect with the audience. That's hard. I bet it's harder than it seems. Tyler said, my sons and I are on our way to Smackdown right now. We're so excited. I'll try and see if I can get a few things for Unseen. Well, Tyler, just have a great time, my friends. I hope you have a fantastic time. Obviously, with Cody and Randy teaming together, that's going to be something quite nice. Sami Zayn's open challenge as well, sure to bang. So I think you got a few things definitely to be looking forward to. So, yeah, have a great time. The Jitters said, this is why I don't necessarily like the two titles. It doesn't make sense. It used to be the Intercontinental or the US title. Yeah, I mean, I understand that viewpoint. I don't think that's a negative comment or a bad comment. I actually find myself largely agreeing, but I can find a difference between them. And the difference, I think for me, the way to look at the Seth's World title, the way I look at it is it's like a super intercontinental. It's like a world heavyweight championship, the light version. I know WWE want us to see it as equal. I don't. I don't see it as equal. I mean, I don't think that you're going to be getting the WWE championship kind of opening the show and then the world heavyweight championship closing the show too many times. I feel quite confident that I can sit here right now and predict that it won't be the World Heavyweight Championship that closes night 2 of WrestleMania. It's going to be the WWE Championship, right? I can sit here and predict that fairly confidently. And I know that WWE may want me to believe that they're both equal, but unless they do that kind of work, unless they start giving the WWE Championship to people like Damian Priest, who, no offense to Damian Priest, perfectly fine wrestler, but not someone that I see being the face of the company. So until you start doing things like that, my view of the WWE Championship, looking back on who has held it in recent years, is that is, and certainly you think about, Roman's run with it as well. Roman never had that World Heavyweight title. That was actually created because Roman had both the Universal and the WWE. And no one could get a belt, so they just had to make one out of thin air. I mean, that was not the best way to introduce a new world title is, guys, we need another world title because that guy over there is too good. That guy over there that's got all the belts, he's too good and we can't get it off him. So let's create a new one. And that's how the World Heavyweight Championship came into existence, was that, you know, Roman's got both the belts. We do need one over here on Raw. So because he's got both of those, we're just going to have to create this one. I mean, straight from its inception, it feels like it's secondary to the belts that Roman had. So for me, there is, you know, work that needs to be done if you want me to believe that the belts are equal. I don't view them that way. I very much view the WWE Championship as being superior. And I think in my mind it works well that way. I see the one that Cody's got as being the Winged Eagle. And it was. I mean, bloody hell, if you want to hammer the point home, they did actually swap the WWE Championship for the Winged Eagle at the end of last year when he was feuding with Kevin. They actually, for that Saturday night's main event, swapped it out. So, again, just to hammer the imagery home, I very much view the one Cody's got as the modern-day equivalent of that. I don't view the World Heavyweight Championship as the modern-day equivalent of that. There isn't really an old equivalent of the World Heavyweight Championship. That belt wasn't really around in the 80s and early 90s because, as you said, we had a WWE Championship and an Intercontinental, and that was it. But this roster's bigger now. It's bigger than that. It needs a few more belts. Maybe it doesn't need 2 world titles. I mean, we have spoke before about how you could have someone be a champion of Raw, someone be a champion of SmackDown, and then so they can carry those belts, and then you could have a WWE champion. So you're the champ of SmackDown, you're the champ of Raw, and you're the WWE and the WWE champion is the guy. That is the world champion. That is the top guy. I mean, you could kind of rejig it that way. But for what we've got at the moment, I don't personally see it as like an issue or a problem or like, oh my God, we need to drastically change it. I see it as like my first world championship is how I see Seth's belt. Some people say, no, you're wrong, it's equal, all of that. But my pushback is, well, you know, which one's going to close night 2 of WrestleMania? It's going to be the WWE Championship. And that WWE Championship, you can trace the history of it all the way back to 1963, whereas the World Heavyweight Championship that Seth's got only goes back a couple of years. I mean, it hasn't even built up its legacy yet, you know? I mean, look at where the World Heavyweight Championship was on WrestleMania this year. It opened the show. Whereas the belt that Cody had was the belt that John Cena was fighting for and closed the show. So it's a hard argument to make that they are both in stature equal. But yeah, I think we've boxed that conversation off. Right, Wrestlandy said, do we think that we're doing too many PLEs? I love Ruthless Aggression era when Raw and SmackDown would alternate the months. Those pay-per-views felt special. Well, I'm in a predicament, aren't I? Because I do watch-alongs and I do videos based on what's happening with the current product. And so for me, it works really well to have more shows to talk about, more shows to stream, more conversations to have, more things for unseen. If you take away the shows, you will probably slow things down, which you could make an argument that things need to slow down. You could make an argument that nothing really gets chance to really marinate. You know, I mean, like, it can feel sometimes that things just don't matter because, well, we're on to something else the next day, you know? If something goes down at the pay-per-view, well, we're on to the next thing. We're on to Raw, and we're moving forward because we're building to the next show, which is probably in about 3 weeks' time. So I think part of me agrees that there are too many shows. Part of me thinks that, you know, back in the day, when we did have less, the pay-per-views mattered more. And it meant that really what went down, you know, you would really talk about for a lot longer. And it was a lot more digested and meaningful and significant. And, you know, it was one of those the pay-per-views were everything, right? Whereas we've just gone through a period where the pay-per-views, I don't think, are everything. We see a lot of matches for titles that don't make it to the pay-per-views. A good example would be that amazing TLC match that we got on Smackdown, which I believe was for the tag belts ladder match. That was fantastic, but that did not make it onto, I think it was WrestleMania. Didn't make it onto the WrestleMania card. Should have. And I think everyone after went, should have, but it didn't, because they're still looking to make Raw and SmackDown must watch. I think it's hard, isn't it? Because not only is it that we've got all these shows, but I think the other problem you've got is that we water them down, or we have, because they were on Peacock, and Peacock was like $9.99 a month, which is not much. And you got all the other Peacock content. So again, for $9.99, people are happy to spend that. They're probably spending it anyway. So do you need to go all out for your PLE? Do you need to throw everything on that PLE? No, not really. Do you need big dramatic moments? Well, occasionally, but it's not essential. It's not the same as when people were spending $60. If you spent $60 pay-per-view, you're going in with an expectation. You want your money's worth. If you're spending $9.99 a month, you're probably not going in with the same expectation. So not only do I think the amount of shows have been a problem, but I think the fact that because we've not been charging that much for the shows, I think it means we can get away with not making them as special as well. So not only are we doing a lot of them, but they're not even as special as they used to be. They're not even as dramatic. We're not even getting the same level of talking points. And I really put that down to the fact that now there's a lot more money that is being made from Raw and SmackDown. Look at the deal that took Raw to Netflix. That is a massive deal. That is a really significant deal. And when that deal expires, they're going to want that money again. And if it ain't Netflix that's going to pay for it, they're going to need it to come from someone else. Well, that means that you need to get decent ratings. That means that you need your Raws to be unmissable. You need your Raws to be watchable and, do you know what I mean? Like, engaging, which is another reason why you can't put everything on the pay-per-views anymore. So I think they're in a real predicament, honestly, because if you sell your pay-per-views to ESPN like they've just done, well, they've committed to doing so many a year. They've got to do so many a year. So they've committed to that. So if that's 10, 11, I'm not sure the number, they've got to do that, right, for ESPN. And then as part of the SmackDown negotiation, they agreed that they would do 4 Saturday Night's main events a year. So not only have you got the pay-per-views, which is probably 11, one a month, ESPN have paid for, but also now NBC have paid for 4 Saturday Night's main events. So that's another 4 that have got to happen. That's taken you to 15. So I don't see any way that you can cut them down from 15. I don't think there is a way you can cut them down because ESPN have paid for X amount. NBC have paid for X amount. The only thing I would say is like an Evolution was an extra. So that was an extra. I don't know. I mean, are you starting to get into a conversation about 2 days or 1 day for WrestleMania and SummerSlam? I mean, is that part of the issue? That, you know, we're having 2-day pay-per-views and that feels like it's all more. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if that is a factor. But they're not going to change that now, are they? I mean, they've seen the money they can make by going to 2 days. So they're not going to change that. I fully expect the Royal Rumble to go to 2 days at some point. I think we all do. It just makes sense to do the men's on 1 day, the women's on another, fill out the rest of the cards, and then you've got a 2-day Royal Rumble event every year. 2-day WrestleMania, 2-day SummerSlam. Well, I don't think it needs to be any more than that, personally. I don't think Money in the Bank is a big enough show to warrant 2 days, but I'm sure they'll try it if they think they could get away with it. But this, I mean, there's no reversing from this. This is where we are. You know, this is the situation. So, but I think we did throw in an Evolution as a bonus ball this year. I don't think we'll do that again next year. I don't think they'll do Evolution every year. I don't think they will. But that was a good show anyway, so I'm not down on that. So if it is a problem, I don't think it's a problem that's going to change. I also think the other problem is that we've not been making them feel special enough. And honestly, judging by WrestlePalooza, I'm not even convinced that's going to change now that we've gone to ESPN. Well, I thought it would, because now you got to spend $29.99, so I thought it would change. But judging by WrestlePalooza, that was not a well-received show. That show got ratings about as good as Taylor Swift's new album. We can have that conversation if you want. I've not heard it, but yeah. Currently averaging 6.4 out of 10. Jersey's Finest said the European Championship needs to come back with all the international stars and shows that WWE has. Well, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because people will say, "Oh, not more belts." I think it's difficult because you've got a United States Championship, you've got a Intercontinental Championship, you've got 2 sets of tag titles, you've got 2 world titles. So, do you introduce a European Championship? I don't know. It's one of those where I think people are. Honestly, I think people are just feeling burnt out everywhere they look. I feel like they're feeling like there's too much show. There's just too much of everything. Like, I think people are just like, oh. It's just, I feel like everyone's just feeling a little bit burnt out. I think this year has burnt people out. They've burnt them out financially, but I think just from the sheer amount of wrestling, they've kind of burnt people out as well. So, I don't know. Who knows what the future is going to hold? Who knows where we are in 5 years' time? I still think we'll be in a really good place. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's that side of the business. Not focusing on who's the best wrestler and who do we want to see, actually talking about the business side. It's very, very interesting. I think, honestly, that has become as interesting as actually what they tell us storyline-wise. I think there's a lot of people that really are into ticket prices, ratings, these kind of big Netflix deals. It's so interesting how that has become such a big part of the conversation, as well as like who's the best luchador right now and things like that, WrestleDanny said, Daze, we could still do the same amount of pay-per-views, but if we alternate Raw and SmackDown, then that could help. Well, it could help. It could help. Obviously, the problem you've got, though, is you can't do that for Rumble. You can't do that for WrestleMania. You can't do that for SummerSlam. I don't think you would have got away with it for WrestlePalooza because you want your full star power being the first one on ESPN. Plus, they're trying to make that out to be a big deal. You can't do it for Survivor Series, of course. So, I mean, you're looking at things like Elimination Chamber. You're looking at things like Backlash. Plus, the other problem you've got is, like, because now we're doing more international shows, you're only going to be presenting the stars of a certain brand. And that's obviously not going to help with ticket sales as much. If you want to charge the kind of ticket prices that you're charging, you're going to have to bring everyone, aren't you? You're going to have to bring CM Punk and Cody Rhodes and Roman if you can get him. And, Seth and Becky. And you're going to have to try and bring everyone. But if you was to split it, then, of course, you're just going to be bringing half. And you're just going to be bringing, more of the mid-cards. You're going to be bringing more mid-cards to kind of fill the show out. That's going to be a challenge. You won't be able to get away with the ticket prices, I don't think. I think the ticket prices then would have to be decreased, and obviously TKO would break out into a rash if they reduce ticket prices. So that's the tricky counter to it. I understand what you're saying, though. We as consumers may not feel as burnt out, but from a business point of view, would it work? Would it land? Benny said, hope you're good. The debate with Tommy was awesome. I think you cooked him. What debate? I don't remember what debate. I think next year has to be a reset for wrestling. Is that likely with Triple H and TKO? I don't think so. I think I really like what Andy's saying, because I think Andy's approaching it the right way with, okay, we've got to do the shows because we're committed to them, but how do we freshen them up, Is it that we just don't use the same stars, whatever, but then, as we said, does that affect ticket prices? Are people going to be spending if it's just more mid-card? Because it's going to have to be more mid-card. You're going to lose big stars from the Raw brand if you're only doing SmackDown. Those big names from Raw will have to go, and you will have to dig deeper into the SmackDown brand, which means you will have to use more of the mid-card. So you're losing more top stars and replacing them with mid-card stars. And so, what does that do? What does that do for viewership for ESPN? And what does that do for ticket sales? I don't know. I can only speculate that it would not be a positive. But it would be a positive for us so that we're not as burnt out, because it means that you're not seeing those big names as frequently. So, yeah, a reset I don't see coming. I think it's hard to see where a reset could happen. Connor said, Daze, Tiffany and Stephanie contract signing tonight to make the championship at Crown Jewel. Let's go. They always go without a hitch. So, Connor, shout out to you. Adam, shout out to you. Let me just make sure we're up to date with super chats, whatever, because I am a specialist at missing those. Lisa said, 7 months of crazy fun with you guys. It's been great. Lisa, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate you joining us. Appreciate everyone joining us as we just get stuck into some wrestling conversation, some wrestling thoughts, theories, chuck a few things around, and kind of see where we end up. So, Lisa, appreciate it, my friend. Hope life's treating you well. Matty Peb, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate you joining. And Joe said, hey, handsome. You said you liked that last time. Well, I could get used to it, Joe. You are literally the only person that says it, so, Joe, really appreciate it, dude. I hope you had a good day. And Robbie said, I've been a bit down on WWE lately, but I am loving this community. Well, I think one of our strengths, and again, some might disagree, is that, we are just really honest. I am just really honest. I will be the first to say 2025 has not lived up to 2024 or 2023. We can talk about why that is. We can talk about the frustrations. We can talk about potential solutions. I'm just open to, let's go. I'm not interested in sitting here as an undeniable WWE fan, right? It is not going to serve any purpose or benefit me sitting here just going, no, what are you on about? Everything's great. Because our community would soon figure out that I am being disingenuous. And that, or I'm just not seeing the problems. And, that doesn't get us anywhere, does it? So I think it's absolutely okay to be down on WWE, right? You do find these kind of gatekeepers on social media. Sometimes I wonder if they're just young fans that just... It's a bit like, how if I was to go on to X right now and say Taylor Swift's new album's a bit mid, I'm going to get all these young fans, these Swifties kind of berating me, telling me that I don't understand and that I'm wrong, and all this kind of stuff, right? I haven't actually heard the album, by the way, so I don't know. It might be great. I've seen the reviews, but, I think with WWE, I sense that there are some young fans that are really into the current product, because you are as a kid. When you get into wrestling or watched it for a few years, you think it's the best thing you've ever seen because you've not experienced anything else. And I do find there are some people that are very quick to go in going, shut up, you're a WWE hater, Why don't you go back to watching AEW? I've had that a few times whenever I've put up not a negative comment, but more a criticism. Why don't you just go back to watching AEW? Why don't you just go back to sucking off Tony Khan? Yeah. Fun fact, I never have, actually, right? I never have. So you do get that. And it's funny how, like, there's people that just can't really deal with, you know, their thing they love being criticized. But I think when you've watched wrestling for a long time and WWE for a long time, and you've been through the good times, you sort of can appreciate when you're going through a bit more of a bad time. And I would say this is undeniably a dip. I do find, though, and I have said this before, though, there's a couple of things happening right now that I do like. I mean, I really do like the Asuka thing. Now, I really do like the Sami Zayn Open Challenge. I'm interested in what we're doing with Bayley. I think that could lead somewhere positive. So, I mean, I am looking around and seeing some things that I'm like, yeah, okay. I don't even mind Seth Cody. I'm not a fan of the champion versus champion thing. But they've done such a good job of not really making it that. It's not about that. It's not about two people going up against each other to figure out who the better champion is. I mean, we're talking about the past. We're talking about WrestleMania 40. We're talking about the watch that Cody gave Seth. We're talking about Seth backstage looking at the watch, trying to figure out, is Cody a friend? Is he not a friend? How does he feel about Cody? I feel like Seth's asking himself some questions that he maybe hasn't asked himself. And you do get that in life. There's times in life where you kind of go, how do I feel about that? Or how do I feel about that person, where you've never really questioned it? It's never been a topic. It's never been a thought. But something will happen. And, you know, all of a sudden you'll start to wonder these things. And I think for me, this is what makes wrestling such an amazing form of entertainment, because it's not just matches with two big meaty men that are idiots that are just trying to beat each other up, right? It's so much deeper than that. There's so much more to it than that. And I actually think this Seth story is just a nice little indicator of that, you know? With Seth, he's looking at this watch, he's considering his friendship, and we don't know where it's going to go. Is their match going to be honourable? Is Seth going to be honourable in that match? And if he is, does he win or does he lose? Or is he going to have the Vision get involved? Is Seth no longer a man of honour? He just wants the victory at any cost. You know, all this pondering that he's doing, what's the end result going to be? I want to know at Crown Jewel how that match plays out. I want to know who wins. I want to know how they win, because I feel like it's going to be an important chapter in their story. I think they've done a really good job of not just making that champion versus champion, and not just making it who's the better wrestler. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's much deeper than that. It goes into their actual friendship, and it goes into when Seth lost 3-0, you know? It calls back to that as well. I think it's that I really do get something from as well. So I think it's easy to look at parts of WWE and be like, dull, boring. I mean, I find a lot of the luchador stuff dull, honestly. If I'm being honest. I mean, like, if Dragon Lee comes to the ring, I ain't doing cartwheels. You know, if we're doing El Grande stuff, I ain't doing cartwheels. If we're doing LWO stuff, I ain't excited. If we have Santos or, you know, Angel Garza, Berto, Whacking Wild, Del Toro, any of those guys that come down to the ring, that is a segment I am not engaged with. I don't think WWE is very good at presenting those guys. I think those guys need more backstory. They need more, maybe, mythology. They need a bit more, something to get your teeth into. I just think they're so bland. And I feel like I have to watch quite a bit of that kind of stuff. I have to watch quite a bit of an El Grande, or the one that kind of stands out, of course, is Penta. Penta, I find, probably the most engaging of the luchadors, outside of Rey, because he's a legend. But Penta's probably the most engaging. But the thing with Penta is even he's been a bit mid recently. He came in really strong and then just sort of bobbed around, and actually, for a time, became exactly the same as the other luchadors, where I'm just like, this is filler. It feels like filler. I know they can do some impressive moves, but if their wins and losses just don't move forward, don't mean anything, don't matter, if there's no story there that I care about, if there's no character there that I connect with, this is dull. It was just dull. I feel like 2025, I've seen a lot of that. And obviously, that's been exaggerated further with AAA. But whenever you watch those AAA specials, they're always so entertaining. They're always so good. So it's not lucha wrestling that I'm down on. It's not Mexican wrestling that I'm down on. It's just the way they present them on SmackDown and Raw that I'm down on. I don't think it's good enough. I think that's been a bit of an issue this year. I don't even know where Santos has gone. I don't know if he's got an injury or something at the moment. He must do. I haven't seen him in ages. I don't know where. He'd be good, actually, and a good opponent against Sammy, but I don't know where he is. Anyway, let's reverse away from that conversation. Otherwise, we'll be stuck on it in another 20 minutes. David said, second night of the Rumble, 13. From January to September, the reason ESPN deal started early, October, November, December, 16. I don't even know what this is. What does this mean? Second night of Rumble equals 13. From January, are we talking about dates? Yeah, the two do count, don't they? Yes. So the reason we got out of the Peacock deal early was because of the 2 days and Evolution. It meant that we didn't have to wait till the end of the year, because the 2 days for SummerSlam, the 2 days for WrestleMania, Evolution show, that made up the rest of the year, and it got them out of the deal a little bit earlier. So from January to September, the reason the ESPN deal started earlier, October, November, December is 16, 4 or 5 Saturday night's main events, so 20 or 21. Okay, so I think what David has worked out is he's worked out that if you add in the second days and you add in the Saturday night's main events, you end up with 20 or 21 shows. And the only thing I'd say about that is that if you do a second night of Rumble and you do a second night for Mania, second night for SummerSlam, do they count? Because I feel like you're building to those shows anyway. So it's not like an extra show, is it? It's an extra day of a show, but that show is happening anyway. So I think I would push back on the second day being a problem personally. I think I would push back on that. I don't know. That's an interesting conversation of like, is that a problem? Is that second day a problem? Is it helping to clutter things up more? I would say we're doing the show anyway. We're doing SummerSlam anyway. We're building to SummerSlam. You're still going to build to SummerSlam. You're still going to have the graphics. You're still going to be turning your attention to that show. Does it make a difference just add in the Sunday? I don't know. I'd push back on that, I think. That would be that would be a really interesting kind of, I keep saying this, opinions video. How do people feel about 2-day events? Maybe I should start writing these down somewhere. I feel like occasionally we keep stumbling on conversations, and I find myself going, that'd be a really good opinions video, you know. How do you feel about the 2-day events? Do you know what? I am going to write it down somewhere. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it right now. So, David, thank you for working out where we are, 20 to 21. With those 2 days, but do those 2 days count? Let's go. I don't even know what I want maybe Google Sheets. Okay. I know this is boring watching me do something, but rather than me sitting here going, that'd be a good video to do in the future, guess what? I'm just going to flip in create a graph, because everyone loves a graph. Everyone loves a spreadsheet. And I'm going to call it opinion video ideas. I'm going to put 2-day events. There we go. I feel like I've done something constructive. I may never go back to this, but I feel like I've done something constructive. Lovely. David, shout out to you. Okay, the Jitters said, I really like the photograph where Kairi gave Io the picture. Do you see her loyalty to Asuka breaking eventually? I'm a big Kairi fan. I think that Kairi is going to turn on Asuka eventually, or Asuka turns on Kairi. I'd like to think that's the long game. We had a big conversation the other day. All about that. And I was saying that I had seen a tweet from someone where they said, I hope WWE don't fumble this, because what they were looking for is what I was looking for. And what I'm looking for is I want Asuka to have another run. I want her to have another good run. And ultimately, I would like for Io and Kairi to benefit. So, you know, rough idea. Asuka gets the victory this weekend, you know, becomes this kind of, you know, her mindset only gets more out of control as she's like, you know, no one's ready for Asuka. I really can back up what I say, you know. I mean, like, the alternative is the Kabuki Warriors just lose. So I would much rather build up Asuka, right? You could have Kairi saying about how should we go for the tag titles, and Asuka's like, no, I'm going to go for the world title. And, like, you know, she's all about herself. She's selfish. She's not thinking of Kairi or tag title. She wants to be a world champion. 2026, I would look to get her to that world title. I'd love for Asuka to have another run with Kairi being by her side. I think that would be such an interesting dynamic of Asuka, heel, champion, arrogant, self-centered, lovely, sweet Kairi being by her side, doing her bidding, not really wanting to. Asuka telling her to go and do stuff, and she's, like, really hesitant. And, like, eventually she does, and she's doing it, and she doesn't really want... You can tell she doesn't really want to. And, like, Io keeps coming and having a word with Kairi. Like, what are you doing? Why have you lowered yourself to this? And, like, Kairi just walks away. I mean, like, for me, there's a story there that I think is really interesting. Really into it. Really like it. I think it gives Asuka that another run. Another world title. You know, she's so great. I love Asuka. She's so brilliant. I'd love to see her get that. Ultimately, it leads to Kairi, like, you know, being beaten up by Asuka for letting Asuka down. Kairi fires back. Crowd go crazy. We do Asuka Kairi, which I think would be awesome. Io can get involved in there as well. I mean, Io's just going to be fine. I mean, the thing with Io right now is I actually feel that she has this year not become bigger than the title, because that would be a silly thing to say, but she has become an attraction to the point where she doesn't necessarily need the title. If she's on the show, you know you're going to get a great match. You know, she is... It's like Rhea. I mean, Rhea gets phenomenal reactions. Of course Rhea wants the world title. Of course she does. But she is not she's not a lesser star without it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you put the belt on Rhea, it's Rhea with a belt. That's it. It's either Rhea without a belt or Rhea with a belt. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference. Rhea is a star. She is a massive deal. I mean, right now we've got Becky Lynch as Intercontinental Champion. That's a mid-card belt. It doesn't make any difference. She's still a massive star. It's still Becky Lynch. She's still having big matches. She's still, like, you know, tangling up with AJ Lee, and, you know, it's Becky with a belt. Becky without a belt doesn't make any difference to her. It makes a difference to Stephanie. It makes a difference to Julia. It makes a difference to certain people that haven't reached that level yet. But I think Io's there as well now. I think Io, with a belt, without a belt, doesn't make any difference. You just know that she is going to put on a banging match. She's probably the best in-ring worker this year. So Io, for me, is someone truly special right now, where she doesn't really need that belt. She can do some feuds and tell some stories and do some stuff. Whereas Asuka doesn't necessarily need the belt, but I think we could tell a really good story with her as champion, Kairi being by her side. I suppose my concern, and I did say this the other day, is that we're going to get to Crown Jewel and the Kabuki Warriors are just going to lose. and we're not gonna do anything more than that. It's just gonna be that Rhea Io get the win, and that's it. And the Kabuki Warriors lose, and that's it. Like, maybe Asuka will snap at Kairi, and we do an Asuka Kairi kind of feud. But to me, that feud could be so much bigger if we invested. I feel like there is a real story to be invested in. I really like this story. I really like what we've done. I think it's been really good. I don't really want to just see them lose and then turn on each other and, well, that's that. I mean, if that's what we get, that's what we get. I mean, I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not the one booking the show. So, you know, if that's what we do, that's what we do. And we just move on. But yeah, I think there's more here. I think there's more that can be got out of this personally. But, well, let's see. We'll see what they do. It's a match I'm looking forward to. Same with Seth and Cody. I'm looking forward to that. Not bothered about Tiffany against Stephanie. There's not, I mean, hopefully tonight they can sell me on it. But there's not really anything there that I'm looking out for, interested in. I just don't care. That match has not got me at all. I feel like there is another match, is there not? I need to do the predictions video, actually, on Sunday. That's my plan. Crown Jewel 2025. I feel like there is a match I'm forgetting. Yes, of course. John Cena, AJ Styles. Yeah, who's down on that? Not much of a build, but hence why I forgot, because obviously John kind of did that online thing to make the match, so we're not going to see John before the event. AJ's been faffing around with Americano El Grande, but yeah, John Cena, AJ Styles won last time. I think Cena's in a really good place in ring wise. AJ Styles is obviously a great performer as well, and yeah, that match should bang. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. So actually, Crown Jewel looks okay to me. The only match I don't give a flip about is Stephanie Tiffany. It's the only one I don't care for. But they could change my mind tonight. And that is something I'm looking for them to do tonight. So whatever they're going to do, they've got a blank sheet of paper. They've got a contract signing. What can they say that is going to get me invested? I can't even remember if they had an interaction in NXT or anything. I can't remember. So I'm not aware of any history. There might be, though. I don't know. I don't even know if they would call back to anything in NXT, because it would have been real early. I don't think there was. To be honest, I think Tiffany had moved to the main roster by the time Stephanie arrived. I cannot recall them crossing paths unless did they do something in the Rumble? I don't know. So what can they do? How can you sell me on this match? Blako2. Shout out to you, my friends. Welcome, welcome. Hannah said, Daze, my prediction for the nations that WWE will go to next year are Italy, Sweden, Saudi Arabia. I hope they start making NXT go there with big talent, to get the big talent. Well, I don't know that they'll send NXT, only because I don't know that they are confident they would make that much money, because obviously NXT talent are not big stars. So if you go to Italy, Germany, I mean, I don't know what the views are like for NXT in Italy and Germany. I mean, NXT is on Netflix for Europe, so they would know what the viewing figures are like. I can't imagine they're anything that great, to be honest. If you think that Raw globally does 2.3 million views, that includes America. I mean, America, when Raw was on USA Network, it was doing, what, 1.3, 1.4? So if it's doing roughly that, maybe we've seen a decrease. Perhaps it's doing 1 million. That would mean that there's only 1.3 million people tuning in globally on Netflix to watch Raw globally. 1.3 million, which ain't, I mean, there's like 7 billion people in the world. So 2.3 million people tuning in to watch Raw, including America. It's hard to get celebrations out for that, innit? Kind of feels like it is... Well, it's just where we are. I mean, I think part of the problem is there's just so much to watch. I mean, it's just everything's getting less and less and less, isn't it? You know, it's just so hard. So hard. I mean, I do wonder, you know, if it's going to reach a saturation point where you're just going to see channels closing, you're just going to see networks folding, you're just going to see YouTube channels just shutting down, streaming platforms going. I feel like I don't see too many conversations around that. I can't recall like networks closing, or obviously there's YouTube channels that stop all the time, but I'm talking about hitting like a point where it really is a problem, you know, because there's just so much content now that it's a never ending battle, and it's a battle that gets harder and harder every single year. So, you know, with Raw, it's battling that with, so if that's Raw, those are the Raw numbers. You know, what's NXT doing? I mean, I would love for them to bring NXT over, but I could also understand if they looked at the viewing figures and were like, just don't really have much confidence that we would make the money back, like flying all the talent over there, paying for hotels, you know, booking out the venues, only to sell like 1,000 tickets for people coming to see the shows, selling a bit of merch. Like, could we actually make the money back? I don't know. I've got to think that's the reason why they've not been doing it. Because, I mean, there's fans like myself that would love to see NXT come to the UK. I would absolutely love it. I'm a big, big fan of NXT. I would absolutely love it. When they came over in 2016, there's videos on the channel. You can actually go back to 2016 on the Wrestling Daze channel, and you can see me in Bournemouth going to an NXT show, and you can see me, I think I'm sat in the crowd with like a Bayley headband on. Bayley, I think, had moved up by that point, but because I don't remember her being on the show at that point. But yeah, she'd moved, I think just moved up, and I was watching Finn Balor, Shinsuke, I think Samoa Joe, I think Peyton Royce, Asuka. Those were the people that were in Bournemouth, and that was NXT at the time. And loved it. Flipping loved it. Had such a fantastic time. Really enjoyed that. And I went to see him again in Brighton, but I got so drunk I just don't remember. I just don't remember what I just don't remember it. So that one I made a mistake with, to be honest. But the Bournemouth one I've got a lot of affection for, but that's why I don't think we'll see it come over. Could be wrong. They could announce it, but that would be my guess as to why they've not been doing it since the pandemic. Jitter said, long-term storytelling I really like. Asuka being selfish, going for the world title is where I would go. And Kabuki Warriors should win. Maybe that could play into EO's heads. Well, I really like that, the Jitters. I really like that because, like, that obviously messes EO up as well. I mean, EO, I don't want it to be a case that EO's going through all this heartache and heartbreak, and then she wins at the weekend and that's it. I mean, I feel like there's got to be more story, and maybe there will be. But, yeah, this is the tweet I saw where someone was like, please don't drop this ball. Please don't just have the Kabuki Warriors lose and then just sort of move on, you know? I hope this build wasn't just for this match. I hope that it's going to have bigger repercussions, and I was very much in agreement with that. Connor said, how do we end up drawing to Monaco? I thought we were going to win. But then they gave away a penalty, says Connor. Is that Man City? Drama in the Champions League. Connor said, we heard Roman's going to kick off Raw. I did. Yes, it's in Unseen. That's obviously goods. That'll have people excited. That'll get some eyes. So, goods. G Doggy Dog said NXT Europe. Yeah, good shout. Good shout. So, I think that was a cover. I personally have always sort of doubted NXT Europe. So the thing with NXT Europe is that they stopped NXT UK, and what they said was that we're going to stop this because we're hoping in a few months to have NXT Europe, and you'll see a lot of people coming back and going with NXT Europe. So it's not goodbye forever. It's just goodbye for now. And I can't remember what year that was, right? I can't remember as to when we did that. But it's a good few years ago now. And I think for me, I always doubted that was true. The reason being because if you had NXT Europe ready to go, you had the graphics, you had where it was going to be based, you had all of that stuff, wouldn't you just keep the wrestlers around and just move them over? Like, wouldn't you just seamlessly move into NXT Europe? Like, it didn't make any sense to me at the time why we ended NXT UK so that a few months down the road we could start NXT Europe, you know? In my mind, it makes more sense to just seamlessly switch them over, keep the talent around. If you want to take the talent off screen for a month or so whilst you get things sorted, I understand that, fresh start. But to release people, to lose talent, I mean, you let go of like Trent Seven and Zaya Brookside and Millie McKenzie and Char Samuels. I mean, like, they actually let people go so that they could go to other companies, potentially. All with the promise of, well, when we do NXT Europe, we'll obviously be looking to bring people back. And you kind of go, well, this doesn't make any sense. How does this make any sense? And then, unsurprisingly, months go by, there's no talk, there's no words, nothing happens. And to be honest, I feel like that was an excuse for the ratings aren't very good. I feel like it was an excuse for NXT UK didn't really do what we hoped it would do. It didn't really grab the attention we hoped it would grab. And the viewing figures weren't that good. And so we're going to wrap this up now. But we're not going to say any of that because it doesn't sound great. So why don't we tell them that NXT Europe's on the way? I do think NXT Europe is a real idea. I don't think that it's like not happening ever. I just think that when NXT UK closed, I personally am of the opinion that we were nowhere near NXT Europe starting. I don't think we were anywhere near it. But I think that got used as an excuse to explain bad ratings. So they did that. No word on Europe. Earlier this year, there was talk that it might be good to go. It might be ready to go. I don't know about you. I feel a bit more confident about it since AAA was purchased. That AAA purchase, with them saying that they're thinking of rebranding it NXT Mexico, but they're not sure whether to do that or not, right? That purchase, that made me go, right, I'm actually seeing some moves now. I'm actually seeing them make some moves, some big moves. Buying a promotion in Mexico is a big move. So that is, or I think it was like 50-odd%. It wasn't outright bought. I think it was a controlling stake, but whatever. Yeah, it makes me think like now NXT Europe could be on the way. So it's a really good shout that. Even with NXT Europe, I would still like to see NXT come over because of the star power. But at least we would be getting served, you know? And I think there is a need for an NXT Europe. I mean, maybe some of the work we're doing with, you know, Bash in Berlin, Clash in Paris, Clash at the Castle, Money in the Bank, rumoured to be an Italian PLE next year. Maybe some of the work we're doing is we're just laying the foundations for a European promotion that just goes all over Europe. And is obviously going to be really exciting. Imagine that. I tell you what, I mean, working as part of Ring Crew for that or something, I might be out of here. I might go and work for the Ring Crew. I could do that job, getting paid money to travel around Europe, setting the ring up, tearing it back down again, hanging out with, like, we're not hanging with the wrestlers, but certainly knowing them, how you doing, you know, and just being part of the machine. Mate, I might be out of here. As soon as NXT Europe starts, I'm off. Ring Crew, yeah? Give me a spanner. I can do that, tightening ropes and whatnot. Sounds great. Daze Penta's here. He just gave my son a mask for his birthday. I've tagged you in the post, but that's amazing. I mean, you don't need to send me anything else, buds. for Unseen. If Penta's given your son a mask, then that's all you need, isn't it, buds? Matthew said, I'm on a 9-hour bus journey, but I would never miss a wrestling Daze. Look at this, legends. Look at this. I mean, I'm writing the word legends. And I'm going to put a heart. I'm going to put a red heart, but it's not that I fancy you. But you, I mean, you do look great. But I don't know. I don't know if the other coloured hearts mean anything. Do you know what I mean? If you put a yellow heart or something, what does that mean? I don't want to be sending any false kind of messages. I want to have a look, see what coloured hearts I've actually got. Oh, you can't see that, which is interesting. I've actually got the emoji screen up right now. I'm just scrolling through the emojis, but you can't see it there, which is strange. I'm just looking for the hearts. So I can choose from a red heart, a pink heart, an orange heart, a yellow heart, a green heart. That's probably environmental. Blue heart, baby blue heart, brown heart. Who sends a brown heart? That's like, I want to do you in the ass. I've not sent you that one, but silver heart, black heart, yeah. White heart, what's white heart? That's like, white heart to me is probably like, let's make up. I surrender. I love you and I surrender. How about that? That's what a white heart means to me. I love you and I surrender. If I had had an argument with the missus, she'd gone out and I felt bad. And I was like, look, I still love you. Let's be friends. You know, let's make peace. I'd probably send either the red heart or the white heart. Yeah. I don't know what the silver heart is or the grey heart. Maybe if you're having an affair with an older woman, you know, maybe it's that. Brown heart, filthy. I would never do that. Never. Green heart, environmental. Orange heart. What the hell's orange heart? Orange heart, that seems to me like I love you, but not quite enough to get to reds. You know? Like, I'm getting there. I feel like we've had an argument. Imagine if you had an argument with your partner, you sent a white heart, yeah, saying like, guys, you know, I surrender, and she sends back an orange heart. I would be like, oh, okay, so we're not quite at red yet. She's still a bit upset. She could have sent back red heart. That means I'm like 100% phone battery. Yeah, I'm right back on board. But orange heart is like, what, 50%? Oh, it's not good, is it? Orange heart is like, it's weird, isn't it? I've never really thought about all the different messages that you can send with a heart. I don't know. I'm just going to go red heart. I'm just going to go red heart, but I hope it sends the right message. Yeah. So, legend. Legend. Love that. Right. I live in Bournemouth. I don't see WWE advertised anywhere. Oh, well, no. When I went to Bournemouth, it was 2016. It was 9 years ago, but... So, I'm not saying that was like anything now. When I went, it was 2016, so it was a long time ago. It was at the Bournemouth, I think, what do they call it? The International Centre. I mean, it ain't that big. But, yeah, it was there on, like, the seafront. And it was good. Oh, it was amazing. As we said, Asuka, Shinsuke. I could probably find the show on Cage Match. But it was Asuka, Shinsuke, Peyton Royce. I'm sure the match was Peyton Royce against Asuka. And I think the main event was Samoa Joe, Finn Balor. I do not remember who Shinsuke faced. But it could have been a Ty Dillinger type situation. I could believe that. I don't remember Tyler Breeze. I seem to remember the Revival. FTR. Seem to remember those guys. But to be honest, I've never gone back and looked at the match card, so I probably should at some point. Oh, God, do I need to do it now? I feel like I need to do it now. I need to do it now. I should be able to quite quickly find it if I put in Nakamura, because that guy hardly ever has matches. So it shouldn't take too long to go back to 2016 and have a look and see what he was flipping doing back then. I mean, look at this. I'm already back to 2017. 2017. I'm sure it was 2016. Florida. I don't know the month, though. That's the only other problem. USA. That was August. USA. Lots of... Oh, Japan. No. USA. Here we go. Bournemouth. Yes, found it, Queens. It was the 16th of June, 2016. Should we have a look at the... Oh, is that the one? It is the one? Oh, I don't remember all this. So, Finn Balor, Samoa Joe was the main event. I was correct. And Asuka, Peyton Royce. So, it is this show. It was Bournemouth International Centre, 16th of June, 2016. Main event, Finn Balor, Samoa Joe, Asuka, Peyton Royce. And the Revival were there. They took on American Alpha, Chad Gable, Jason Jordan. How ace is that? Shinsuke was there taking on, it was Bobby Roode, not Ty Dillinger. Bobby Roode. So, amazing. Andrade was there against Austin Aries. I actually do not remember that. Ty Dillinger was there taking on Hugo Knox. Don't remember that, but I could believe Ty Dillinger was there. My brain thought it might have been against Nakamura. No way do I remember any of this. Like, if someone went, oh, what was the Bayley, Carmella, Alexa Nia match like? I'd be like, what? Bayley, Carmella, Alexa Nia? I have no memory of that. Which is ironic, because I'm pretty sure I'm sat there with a Bayley headband on, but I have no recollection of this match whatsoever. Zero. Do not remember it. I would go as far as to say there is a conspiracy and that this match didn't actually happen, because I have no recollection of it, right? Bayley, Carmella. I'd remember seeing Bayley, I'm sure. I bet if I watch that video, she's flipping there and I'm even dancing away or something, you know? Because when she used to come out, we had the wacky inflatable people and she used to do that, like, you know, to the one side and then to the other side. I bet in that video I'm there going, yeah! Not for 1 second would I doubt that. But my brain right now it's going back through all the files. It has no recollection of this match whatsoever. So that is a real eye-opener. No Way Jose, Angelo Dawkins. So I saw Dawkins as a solo star. I saw him, I don't know, it was that pre-Street Profits. He just was like opening the show against No Way Jose. I mean, I have no recollection of that either, but that's okay. I can kind of cope with not having any memory of that. Not remembering Bayley or Alexa. I sort of feel like I might vaguely remember Nia. I don't know, man. That's mental. It's really good, actually, to go back and watch old shows that you attended, because this is a hell of a show that I was at, and I think we can agree, star power-wise, I mean, Balor, Samoa Joe, Asuka, Peyton Royce. There was only... Apparently, it held 3,000, but that wasn't the actual attendance. It was no, I would say it was nowhere near that. I mean, if it was like 1,700, maybe 2,000, maybe something like that. I mean, it didn't feel like loads of people. But yeah, I mean, you know, Nakamura there, FTR, American Alpha, Chad Gable, Jace Jordan, that's pretty cool. Andrade was there. I mean, star power there is crazy. To actually see all of that, I mean, with like, you know, small crowd. This is why NXT is so goddamn good. Even now, if you go now, in years' time, you'll be like, man, I was watching Trick and Oba, Javon. I was watching Jordan Grace, Blake Monroe. I was watching all of them with like, you know, a few hundred people, 800 people. If you went to that homecoming show, I think it was like 400 people. Normally, if you go to an NXT show, the taping, the live thing at the film, it's like 250 people. It ain't many people. So, I mean, this is why NXT is so great, because a lot of those names will obviously go on to Raw and SmackDown. And think of who you could have seen in recent years. Carmelo, Lyra, Julia, Stephanie, Roxanne, of course, Tiffany. You know, there's quite a few that have kind of come up from, well, pretty much everyone comes up from NXT. So, yeah, that was a show that I was at and have very little memory of. Right, Daze, did you hear that Jim Cornette loves Javon? I was surprised, but also not surprised, said Trini. No, do you know what? I have not listened to Cornette in quite a while. I have not got any issue with Cornette. I have not had any kind of falling out, like with my relationship of like listening to him. He obviously doesn't know who I am, but it's not like he said something that offended me and I've stopped listening. I don't know. Sometimes I just kind of fall out of the routine, really. So I've not listened to him in a while, but if he likes Javon, that's great. I mean, I feel like if you're going to do that aerial stuff, it's about the connection. You can do these big flips. I don't think the flips are offensive. I don't think the gymnastics are a problem as long as the end result looks really great. If the end result looks really good, then the flips before you can be like, well, I don't need it, but it's not offending me because it's all about that final connection. But I think part of the problem with modern wrestling and what people are training is that they're training themselves to do these cartwheels, these backflips, these big aerial spots. But it's when it comes time to actually land the move, like you'll do these big flips and then they'll just sort of like clatter into the person. Like the move just doesn't really look that good. The connection, you know, if they're going to deliver like an elbow, it just looks a bit weak. Like the elbow is very much the afterthought. I've got to do this. I've got to do this backflip, right? I've got to do this rotation. And by the time they get into the actual point of doing all this stuff, which is the connection, it can look rubbish. Really rubbish. But I don't think you can say that about Javon. I think Javon can do all the flips and the impressive, you know, jumping really high, doing a crossbody, but when he lands and connects, it satisfies. Yeah, I think that's a good word, actually. Does the connection satisfy? I think Javon does a good job of that. So that's good that there's praise for Javon, because I don't think all the gymnastic wrestlers should be thrown kind of to the wayside, you know? Give me 1 second. We've crashed. We've frozen. I don't know why. There's going to need to be a major investigation. But let me just fix this. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. I know you can still hear me. Don't act like you can't. But I'm frozen. Look. And thankfully not in like an awkward way. But give me 1 second. We should be back. We should be back. Refresh, cause we should be back. We should be back. Refresh, refresh. Right. We should be back. Brian donates $1. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. Harbour Binger said, when is the Hall of Fame announcement? I don't want to miss it. And TJF said, Daze, the Hall of Fame announcement. Yes. Give me 1 second. Let's make sure everyone's back. And then we can very much do that. I appreciate the reminder. So let's just wait for everyone to see that we're back. Guys, we are back. So then we can do it. The Jimmy J said, hey all, hope you are doing well. Jimmy J, shout out to you, my friends. Hope life's treating you well as well. Leanne sending in a gifted membership. Thank you, buds. Hannah said, I was talking about making NXT performance place, maybe in a place like Sweden to scout talent. There's many marvelous athletes in international nations. Well, I think they do send out scouts to different shows. I think there is a bit of a scouting network, but obviously the way that they tend to get people is by doing international tryouts. So there is a little bit of, you know, you got to take your own initiative to come along to a tryout, and, you know, we'll then check you out there. But yeah, there are obviously eyes on the big major promotions in Europe. I don't think you need necessarily a performance center for that. You just need to be sending scouts out to be recruiting. They do, I think, still own the building there was a performance center in the UK. It wasn't very good, but it was like a warehouse. But they did open a performance center in the UK for NXT UK, which I think they still own. I think. But one thing I don't need to think about is the Hall of Fame. Now, Hall of Fame is very special because it is really the only way that the community can necessarily recognize the community. Obviously, if it's someone's birthday, we can wish them a happy birthday. If someone's down, we can say, you know, come on, chin up. But this is such a great way of the community just saying, look, we really appreciate these people. These people make this community a better place to be, because God knows it's not me that's doing that, right? And as you know, we get stuck into conversations. I know that one of the criticisms is that we can spend too long on topics, but I don't know. I like to give as much info as I can. What are the streets saying? Obviously, I'm fortunate where I can read a lot of the reports and the rumors, so I kind of know what's been said. I sort of know where things are potentially going. I read some thoughts and theories, and that it's hard to kind of get that information together, presented, and then to quickly move on, right? So you lot play such a massive part. I mean, the community is the community, that it is absolutely right that we recognize people in the community, and we've been doing that for a long time now. I think we've got about 22 people in our community Hall of Fame. And here we've got, you can see like Ellis Dub went in for July. We have got Ellis Dub in for July. We have got, we're just waiting to get past WWE Shop. Dormouse going in for August. Well, now we can announce the September inductee. So it is. Here we go. It's not there because we did crash, didn't we? Do you remember when we froze? So what that's done is it's effed everything up. But it is. Here we go. Nita Nitro by a mile, actually, which is going to be really, really well received. Nita Nitro, for the past few months, has received, I think, more nominations than anyone else. Not only has she been getting into these polls, but she's been like the first name in the polls. But the thing with the polls is that we don't say who got the most votes or anything. We just literally put the top 4 names in and we let people decide. Well, I can tell you that Nita Nitro consistently for months has been one of the most nominated people. But obviously getting nominated and getting the votes required are two separate things. But you lot, nearly 600 of you have voted. And Nita Nitro with 68% is the September Hall of Fame inductee. So very good, very well deserved. Very, very pleased for Nita Nitro. But to be honest with you, I would have genuinely been thrilled with any of these 4 going in. I think all of them are great and contribute a lot to the community. And big congratulations to Alex, to Uncle Revel, to undeniably Martin. Big congratulations to those guys for getting nominated. I've said it before that even just getting down to the final 4 is such a huge achievement. It really is a massive achievement because, there's so many people in our community. We're so lucky to have such a big community that to get down to the final 4 is amazing. A lot of people will be like, how do I get nominated? It's the members that nominate. The members of the channel nominate. So, you've just got to really stand out in the streams. You've just got to find a way of, contributing, sharing good thoughts, sharing good theories, being around on a regular basis. You can see the graphic here. This is everyone that's in. This is all the I think it's 22 names that we've got on our Hall of Fame thing. So obviously Nita Nitro will be added, and that is our September Hall of Fame inductee. I actually don't have confetti on that screen. I should have it on this screen though. There we go. Much deserved. They'll be dancing in the streets. Oh, what a feeling when you're dancing on the ceiling. Look at this. I'm going to have to clean all this up later. But, yes, very good. Very much deserved. Nita Nitro. Many congratulations. Very well done. So, that is our inductee. So, Nita, if you want to send me a picture, clothed, please. Not like the other pictures you send me. But send a picture and we'll get it up there. I had to say the same thing to Edward as well, actually. So we'll get it up there. And also, if you want to send in a little acceptance speech, couple of minute thing, more than happy to kind of play that out on the channel. Look at this. Oh, unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable scenes. Right, let's go super chat. Let's make sure we're all caught up because I did just see that from John. John said, you've missed John Kane's super chat. Have I missed a super chat? I don't have a super chat from John Kane, but... Oh, no. John Kane said, my name is John. Stand up. Daze heel turn. Yet. John, I don't know what happened with that one, bud, because I've ticked it. But you're right. I don't remember reading it. So I don't... Maybe I accidentally ticked the wrong one. So an admin error, John, but I'm pleased that we were able to fix that. So John's asking, are we going to have a heel turn? You know me. I'm lovely. I'm cuddly. You know, I'm just a wonderful person. It's going to be so hard. It's me turning heel. It was like John turning heel. The people just won't accept it. They won't accept it because they'll see through it because they know that I am such a lovely person. So, John, I can't see it happening, my friends. I know it's what you want. You want me to go into my villain era, but I think I'm just too loved. The people won't accept it. Nita Nitro said, I can't thank you guys enough. I appreciate you all. Well, a lovely message from Nita Nitro. Nita, shout out to you. Right, we have 2 minutes, and I need to find... not only the show, but a certain graphic for... done it. For the little reaction clips that we may do, might not do. Who flipping knows what's going to happen tonight? Okay. Let's go, kings and queens. Let's jump into SmackDown, shall we? We're going to open... I don't actually know what we're opening the show with. I mean, I doubt it's going to be a contract signing. I don't know. Will we open with Randy and Cody and maybe use them to set up the main event, maybe? SmackDown. There we go. Yes. Yes. Okay. Do we think Oba is main roster ready? Oh, yeah, he's main roster ready. Where would you place him on the main roster? Who should his rival be, said the Jitters? Well, honestly, I would build him up a little bit first, and I would make him a monster. So I think I'd just give him wins. I mean, you could bring him in as a person to go against Sammy, but if you do that, I think that Sammy should lose. So now doesn't necessarily feel like the right time for that match. But, yeah, I think that for me, we are more than ready for Oba. But I think I'd bring him up and just have him murking some people, to Tozawa, people like that for a bit. Just get the main roster, just get people used to him, build him up. I tell you what you want. You want people to speculate. You want people like, oh, man, that Oba that we've seen a few times, he looks good. You want people having those conversations. Imagine when he, like, goes up against, like, you know, Sammy, Punk, whoever, yeah? You want people to start, like, coming up with dream matches. We've done that because we've watched him a lot in NXT, but there's a lot of people that watch Raw, SmackDown that don't watch NXT. So I think get him out there, show him off, get people excited about him, get people like doing their dream match, mental dream matches, and then you can start moving him to a mid-card title and blah, blah, blah. So to start with, no real big names, just like have him murk The Miz. Have him murked Tozawa. Have him kind of... It is Cody doing that. John said, can we put Vince back in charge? Daze would have been heel before SummerSlam. I would have been heel before SummerSlam. Well, it's true. Maybe I could have turned when John turned. But now that John's back to being a babyface, I think it's only right that I stay babyface as well. I don't see Vince coming back in charge, my friends. He's kind of caught up with some legal issues. But then, in all fairness, so is Brock. And we brought Brock back. But, yeah, I think it's a bit different, isn't it? Vince is in a different boat. He's the one that's actually being prosecuted. So, it's TKO's company now, but I think the only way Vince gets back is if Vince goes to the Saudis and says, you know, should we buy it? And the Saudis buy it and Vince runs it. Because Vince hasn't got enough money to buy it back. I mean, they paid like $6 billion for it or something like that. But I mean, it will have gone up in value since they purchased it, and Vince will have spent money since it was sold. And I don't even think all that money went to Vince, because Vince didn't own 100% of WWE, so Vince wouldn't even have got all of that money. So him getting back in is hard to see. Plus, he's old. He'll probably be dead soon. You can't put nearly dead people back in a company, you know? You need to look to the future. Cody making his way out there. It's going to be a busy week, says Michael. People saying about how the pyro's working tonight. Yes! Pyro, pyro, pyro. Okay, in the ring, we've got a Call of Duty mobile advert. Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton against Bron Breakker and Big Bronson Reed. Metal Mama, hello. Metal Mama said 15 months. Thankful for Unseen, you and the community. Metal Mama, thank you, my friends. Lovely to see you around. Hopefully we've got... Oh, there's a couple of people in the front row dressed like the Secret Hervis. That's pretty fun. Yeah, Metal Mama, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah! So, Cincinnati. What do you want to talk about? Oh, here's Heyman. Heyman's voice booms out. He's coming through the timekeeper's area. Thank you for the invitation. So here is... Oh, and the Vision. Vision are with him as well. Back of Bron's shirt says woof, woof, woof. Here's Randy. Randy appears. The RKO everyone shirt on. I tell you what, it's really interesting seeing Heyman with Randy, because we don't really see them interact much. And they're both absolute legends, long-term legends. I'm really down for Paul to say a few words about Randy Orton. We didn't come out here. Oh, we don't want to talk to you, Mr. Rhodes. We came out here. Yes. Okay. We're actually going to talk to Randy. Shakeem said, can I get a shout out to all the OGs? Well, yeah, man, of course. Shout out to all the OGs. Shout out to everyone that joins us, but we wouldn't be where we are now if it weren't for the OGs. Shakeem, like you, and Sonny, William, Jim Gore, who's been with us so long. So, so many OGs. Okay, so we got Heyman talking with Randy. This is what I wanted. RKO chants. RKO chants breaking out. RKO. RKO. Thank you, Cincinnati, for your irrelevant opinion. No matter what the strategy is, you're going to lose. Whatever your strategy is, you're going to lose. Smile on the face of Randy. Here's what I want to know. Easy. Randy getting a little close. A little close. If we beat Cody, then Randy is going to look at him and question, that's really the champion. So we've got some seeds being planted. I don't mind that from Heyman. You're a legend. This can't last. Heyman says this can't last. Love this. Brilliant. I feel like what they've done is they've looked at the situation and gone, what would be the most interesting talking point? This can't last, says Heyman. Do you know what? And quite short as well, because the opener's closed. That's it. Done. Not an extended back and forth. Heyman comes out, has his say. And actually, I really like it. Randy having another little glance at the championship as well. Only briefly. Yeah, God, we don't need opens that take like 20 years to get through. Okay, here's The Miz. He's not happy after what went down last week. You watched me get pinned last week. You should have kicked out. Carmelo said this is done. Yeah. And I'm being cool about it. Carmelo walks away after telling The Miz that they're done, and I don't think The Miz is cool about it. Oh my God, we're getting Sami Zayn. We're getting Sami Zayn already opening the show. I can't cope. Do you know what? Good open that didn't outstay its welcome, made the main event more intriguing, because obviously if Cody loses, we're all going to wonder what Randy's thinking. Nice and quick. Backstage segment where Carmelo tells Sami we're done, where he tells Miz I'm done, and Miz doesn't seem to take that well, and now we got Sami coming out. Pop, 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 pop. Yes. Please be Oba or Ilya. Oh my God, please be Ilya. Please be Ilya. That would be great. Oh my God, that'd be so good. Sammy is bringing life to that US title, said Jay. Jay, hope you well, buds. I don't feel like I speak to Jay as much as I should. I've changed that right now. Next Saturday, Crown Jewel. Akeem said, I feel everyone Miz works with is going to get cut. Keegan said, I want to go to Dakota Kai. She is missed. I don't know what she's doing, actually. There was a little thing that I saw earlier about, you know, about Dakota Kai, but because she's outside of the WWE bubble now, I didn't actually click on it, to be honest. I'll be at Raw this Monday in Dallas, said DJ. Oh, really? Have a great time, buds. That show opening with Roman Reigns. Mello really don't miss. He don't miss. He shoots first. Andrade is going to be Sammy's opponent, said Catherine. Wow, imagine that. Imagine if it is Andrade and he just bounces between the two shows. What if we've got a timeshare on Andrade? We have him on a Monday, they have him on a Wednesday. Oh, let's go. Harry said, who do we think will answer the call? It's going to have to be a really great match because it's the first match. So the first match gets time. So I feel like it's got to be a fairly decent name. Where are we? If I knew where we was, then I might factor in a person from that place. Could that be a factor? I would love for Elia to be coming back. I don't think Oba, just because the streets were saying Oba's got a bit more work to do in NXT. And I don't know that it makes sense him coming out and potentially losing. But he could come out and, you know, win by count out or something. But I don't see that happening. I don't know. Oba did lose at the weekend. There is a chance. I don't think it is. I'm going to say 70-30. I'm leaning that it's not. Elia's a really interesting shout, honestly. That would be a fun return, wouldn't it? I wouldn't be down on Johnny. I wouldn't be down on Axiom. No, I wouldn't be down on Axiom. It's maybe not the... I don't know that we should get our hopes up for like a massive name. I mean, they've not teased anything. And if you look at who we've been getting, we've had Carmelo, we've had... It could be Shinsuke. This could be the week where Shinsuke comes down. So, yeah, if you have a look, we've had Carmelo and we've had Javon. Javon was a nice surprise. Ray Phoenix. So, I mean, Johnny Gargano would be great. I'd love Johnny to answer that call. Tommaso would be great. Mate, if we do Johnny Gargano against Sami Zayn, that match is going to bang. That is going to feed families. Is that an exciting enough matchup to open up SmackDown, though? Don't know. Mr. Iguana, said Jeremy. It could be. It could be Mr. Iguana. Could be Joe Hendry, couldn't it? They don't mind shoving him in every now and again. So, I mean, Joe Hendry could answer the open challenge. That wouldn't be that big of a shot. Okay, here we go. We're just having a look at what stadium's that? It's a nice stadium. It's big. It's the Cincinnati Bengals. Okay. Here he is then, in the ring. Who's going to accept? Dun-dun-dun-dun. Okay, so Sammy in the ring. Is that going to be Carmelo? Is The Miz going to take out Carmelo? Okay, we've done Carmelo, but he just broke up with The Miz. Oh, hang on, he's got a microphone. Yeah, I don't know that we're going to do this match again, are we? Carmelo coming out. I'm really surprised. I wonder though, did they show us the breakup with Miz for a reason? We already did this thing. I don't have no one holding me back. He's going to get jumped. He deserves to get jumped. You know how great I am. I know how great I am. Okay, so he claims to be the best that he's ever been. Bang! From behind! Skull crushing! The Miz attacks Carmelo. Carmelo was talking about how there was a weight that had been holding him back. We had just seen The Miz backstage be kind of told, I'm not going to hang with you anymore. It did feel like we was going to get this moment. Here's Aleister Black, though. Aleister Black's going to make his way to the ring. Oh, we're going to do Sammy against Aleister. Aleister grabbing the microphone. That is unfortunate. I'm down for this match. I'm down for Sammy against Aleister. I'll take it, said Aleister. Yeah, Booker T on commentary. He said, this is about to get interesting. You can say that again. This match should be a banger, mate. Okay, well, here we go. First match on SmackDown for the United States Championship. Aleister Black against Sami Zayn. I think Sammy's going to get the victory. I expect Sammy to get the victory. But, yeah, I'm not down on that. That's not a name that we mentioned. Okay, so Booker said that Aleister's been here for quite some time. He's not had a lot of opportunity. Let's have a look and see how people feel about Aleister. Do you like Aleister being the opponent? Yeah, quick shot there by Aleister Black as Sammy goes over to the corner. Shot coming in there by Aleister Black. Another kick coming in. Let's go. Sammy is the champ by the crowds. Ah, another big boot there by Aleister Black. Another big boot. This is Aleister Black's first opportunity at a singles championship on Raw or SmackDown since he was in WWE. Okay, Booker T's like, I think this is an opportunity this guy can cash in on. I mean, look, Aleister could win. I don't think he'll win. But he's a very credible opponent. There we go. We go to commercial break. Daze, why can't Julia be like this where she defends her Women's United States Championship? She's a heel, buds. And the problem with heels is they're not really doing exciting stuff like this. They're not meant to do exciting things. She's meant to be like someone that just wants to keep the championship, not really defend it, try and get away with defending it as little as possible. If she was a babyface, then you could go down this road. But as a heel, you know, there's something really honourable about wanting to defend your championship on a regular basis, because, of course, that means you could lose it earlier. It probably means you will lose it earlier than if you did what, say, Judgment Day do, which is like never defend the belts. So that's why they wouldn't book Julia in something like this. Benny said, Daze, imagine if Andrade was a spy for WWE who went to AEW in 2021, took all the Tony Khan secrets, went back to WWE where it was better, but WWE let him loose. What if it's the other way? What if it's an AEW spy that came to WWE only to get some intel and now he's gone straight back? What if it's actually the other way round? Okay, we are at commercial break right now with Sammy looking for a suplex. Getting it. Getting it. We've had a couple of hundred votes come in as to how people are feeling about this match. I've not seen the results yet, but we can certainly have a look. I would imagine positive. I think people like Aleister Black. I don't think there's... He's a little cold, but I think people see the potential. Yeah, 84% of people like it. Only 16% of people not feeling it. Okay, as we said, at commercial break, we're 20-odd minutes into the show. Maka said, you're getting excited for no reason. Is Damien getting involved? Well, I don't think that's true in the sense of for no reason. I feel like Alistair's a good... I don't expect Alistair to win. I think he's a good wrestler that doesn't really get much opportunity. I think the kind of feud that he's been in with Damien has not done it for me. So I'm excited to see him actually in there with Sammy, who's been putting on bangers, so that hopefully they can have a banger. Maybe people can wake up a bit to just how good Aleister Black is. I think there's some people out there that maybe didn't see him when he was last in WWE and down in NXT that are only judging him on since he came back. And there's not much to kind of judge him on, is there, really? I mean, I don't think it's been that great since he returned. Maybe this can, change a few people's opinions. But yeah, no, I'm not expecting him to win. I mean, we've been having Shinsuke in the backgrounds of Sammy backstage segments. Makes me think that Shinsuke is going to be a future opponent. Uppercut coming in there by Aleister. Forearm shot there by Sammy. Headbutt coming in by Aleister. Coming back from commercial break. Sammy in the corner. Big boot coming in there by Aleister. Sammy ducking underneath. Aleister in the corner. Chops coming into the chest. Sammy climbing up. Looking to rain down some blows. He's throwing in some shots. Crowd counting along with them. Shots look okay. Kicks look okay. I don't think that's quite the right camera angle, to be honest with you. I think we're seeing a bit too much. Okay, Sammy going over the other side, off that bottom rope. Lovely. Clothesline, lovely. That's a great spot. Bouncing off the bottom rope, leapfrogging back, and then charging forward with a clothesline. It's a lovely pace from Sammy. Sammy having a look into moonsault. Bang, top rope moonsault, lands on Aleister. Aleister goes down. Right now, we've got very excited Sammy digging deep. Referee counting away. Black should go back to AEW, said R709. He was better. His debut was serious. He could tap into that MOB heel if they really tapped into the character. Well, I think he's hoping that he will get used better in WWE in the long run. I mean, being in a feud with... Oh, my God. One Michinoku driver there by Sammy. But I just think that Damien is a perfectly acceptable opponent, but it's just not very exciting. But, matches like this are great. Hopefully, as we said, if this can bang and people can get more excited about him, that might help. Right, now we're looking for a... No, suplex, but Aleister lands on his feet. Again, round the back, Sammy against the ropes. Big boot coming in there by Alistair. 1, 2. Oh! That was really close. German that he held on to. Kept the pin on there, Alistair. But only resulted in a 2 count. Sami down on his knees. Alistair standing over him. Looking for a kick. No joy. Looking for a blue thunderbomb. Couldn't get it there. Big knee by Alistair. Leg sweep there by Alistair. Rolling over into the pin. 2. Oh, my God. This is close. It's a couple of really close pinfalls there. This is a different Alistair Black, says Booker. Right now we got Alistair going to the outsides. Alistair Black not known as a high flyer, but he's going up top. Again, forearm shot coming in there by Sami. Sami would look 10 years younger if he went back to his 2015 look, said Brony. Here we go, looking for a big superplex. Both guys in the corner. Big superplex. Oh, lovely. There is something deeply satisfying about a big superplex. And it looked really, really good as well. Looked really good. As, I don't know, are we coming back from commercial? Going to commercial? I think we're going to commercial. I think that's how we went to commercial. So, there we go. We're going back to... There's quite a few commercials here, isn't there? I honestly don't mind this duo of Michael Cole and Booker T, said Brony. I am saying this now that Joe Hendry will answer the next challenge. Someone needs to say his name, said Harry. Alex said it's so nice not seeing green shirt guy for once. David said, what if Zelina comes out and helps Alistair win? Oh, that's interesting, actually, because we were talking the other day about, like, couples in wrestling. I don't think we actually mentioned Zelina and Alistair. But, I mean, you got Montez, Bianca, Becky, Seth, AJ, CM Punk. You could even do Dawkins, BFAB. But you're right, Zelina, Alistair as well. Another near fall there for Alistair Black during commercial break. Keegan said, I remember when he faced Big E. That was the last match before he came back to WWE. Alex said, is Booker T ever speaking fluent English? No. Okay, Sami chants. So Michael Cole's like, it's one thing to have a match every week, but it's another thing to have the pressure of defending a championship every week. Sami over in the corner. Chops coming in by Alistair. Forearm shot coming into the bite. That was quite nice. Bang, bang. 1-2 there by Alistair. Threw in a kick as well. Sami slumps down in the corner. Another 1-2 and kick. Bang, bang, bang. And again, Sami goes down. Stomps coming in. Referee's got a hold of Alistair, trying to back him away. 1, 2. We got Sami in the corner. It's Alistair. Unloading a few shots. Sami just selling momentarily. Couple of guys in the crowd have got some Grande Americano masks on. We're looking for a big, another big superplex. I can see a young girl in the crowd shouting away. Is he going to turn this into a fisherman? Yeah, I think he might, you know. He might turn this into a fisherman suplex. Shots coming into the back. No joy at the moment. Daze, I want to see potentially Jacob Fatu back in the race. Oh, into a powerbomb. 1, 2, Sami. Oh, shoulder up there by Alistair. Shoulder up by Alistair. We're about 20 seconds away from coming back. You want to see Jacob back in the race and potentially challenge Sami? Not for me. Only because he's already done that. I feel like Jacob's ready to maybe even go to Raw, maybe move away from SmackDown. I don't know that I'd be looking for him, and he's a face as well. So Sammy's a face, Jacob's a face. I think I'd move him on to something else. I wouldn't mind him going after Dominic in the Intercontinental. Equally, I don't mind him setting his sights on Seth. That could be really fun. Right now, we got Sammy up. Oh, mate, straight into a big knee. Oh, my God. Sammy jumped off the top. Alistair, boom, big knee. Sammy just went straight into that. I mean, I think there was a connection there. If there was no... Jesus, the replay on that looks stunning. Michael Cole said, I'm not sure that the champ knows where he is at all. Yeah, that knee was... Kick coming into the side of the head there. And again, chop coming back there by Sammy. Sammy again, look, you can see the selling, digging deep. Another shot coming in by Sammy. Another kick coming in there by Alistair. Sammy stumbles back to the corner. Bang, bang. Throwing in these kicks. Alistair over the other sides. Coming back. Yeah. Oh, he gets hit. Oh, missed with the haluva. Double knees. Alistair Black. 1, 2. Oh. It's another kick out, and Alistair's fuming. Missed haluva by Sammy. Sammy's just worked it out, hasn't he? I mean, he just knows the beats, the rhythms. If pro wrestling matches are like songs where, you know, moves are notes and you've got to get the right rhythms, like Sammy just knows. He just knows how to structure it, how to make it work, how to make it dramatic. Damien comes out. I think, is now the right time, or should it have just gone a little longer? Haluva. It don't matter. It don't matter if it should have gone a little longer. It's going to end now. Haluva, followed by a Blue Thunder Bomb. And there we go. It is a win for Sami Zayn. I don't know. The fact that we were enjoying it and the fact that they bring out Damien at that point, is that the right point? Is it too soon? It's a great match. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's the same level as the Javon one, but... It's a great match, but it was ruined by Priest, said Robbie. Last man standing incoming, said Curtis. There it is, said Art709. I don't know why Sammy didn't just touch the hand of that guy. There was a guy dressed as Cody and he had his hand out. Sammy was just like... Why didn't he just touch his hands? Damien strips the table. Has a word with Alistair. Grabs Alistair. Right now, Damien with Alistair Black. He's going to look to Razor's Edge him through the announce table. The Prime Hydration Station will never be the same again. Bottles going everywhere as Damien stands over Alistair Black. And that table collapsed in a very satisfying way. Recently, we've seen some table spots where the table just doesn't break. But that one broke really well. I tell you the other thing as well. Do you remember when these tables just weren't breaking? They've clearly addressed that. That one broke relatively easily, so there we go. Hello. Technical issues. Oh, we're getting everything going on now. Oh, hello. Now we've got Sol Ruka and Zarya. Chelsea, Elba. Okay, this feels like we're going to a tag match, doesn't it? So Chelsea's still looking for Slagents. I don't think they're going to be interested. Yeah, they're not really interested. Oh, we got another glitch again. There's a couple of technical issues that I've got with the feed. Okay, well, it's going to be Chelsea and Alba. They're going to be coming down. Sound dropping out. Is this just me or is it you guys? There are tech issues, said Will. It is glitching. Yeah, I've got glitches. Are they showing on USA Network? Sound keeps dipping out. It's glitchy as hell, said Nita Nitro. Okay, so we've got Chelsea and Elba making their way down. They're going to be taking on Sol Ruka and Zarya. I mean, how great is that? Gonna see some NXT talent on the show. Looking forward to that. Okay, we're just seeing the Alexa Call of Duty clip that we've seen. Okay, Soul Snatcher time. Oh, such an amazing move. Brilliant move. Technical issues in America. Can't blame Saudi this time, says Austin. Oh, we can. And we will. God damn you, Saudi! Okay, get in your match scores for what you thought about Sammy versus Alistair. Lovely. Daze, have you heard anything about AJ Styles? My heart is going to stop wrestling. My heart is going to stop wrestling, become some kind of general manager. Only that he's staying with WWE. He's going to wrestle to next year. He said maybe WrestleMania. He doesn't know. The fact that that's not been decided makes me think that he might go past that. But yeah, he is going to ideally stay with WWE in some capacity. But no, he's not said where or how. I don't even know if WWE know where they can kind of fit him in. Kendall, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying SmackDown so far. We are, believe it or not, 40 minutes into this show. 40 minutes in, which honestly is... It's gone really quickly, I think. I'm not down on this show at all. We had a banging match, really fun match. I thought the open was nice and quick. A couple of backstage segments have been fine. Obviously, we've had Miz turn on Carmelo, so we've had that as well. So in the space of 40 minutes, we've had a few things. I'm very much engaged. I'm very much on board. We've still got a long way to go, of course, but yeah, good. What did I miss, said Kendall? Well, you missed Paul Heyman saying to Cody and Randy, we've got our match later, tag match later, Vision against Cody Randy. And he basically said, you know, is Randy going to be okay with you, Cody, when you lose later? You know, if you get pinned, we all know Randy's going to look at you and think, is that really the best we've got? Is that really the champion? So he's planting some seeds which is quite intriguing. Then we had Carmelo say he's done with The Miz backstage. Carmelo then tried to answer Sammy's open challenge, only for The Miz to attack him. Aleister Black came out, and then we just did Aleister against Sammy. Pretty long match. I mean, they gave it time. I suppose in reflection, it probably was fair for it to go and end when it did. But then Damian interfered, and Sammy got the win. Alistair, Damian, of course, that'll be a match we get in the future. And then we just had a backstage segment with Chelsea and Alba, Sol Ruka and Zarya. And that is our next match. And that is everything. Benny said, if Saudi made you an offer, what would you do? It depends what the offer is, isn't it? Scottish Chris said, I heard you're going to fight Cena in his final match. Is this true? He wanted to, but I didn't think that it was right that he get embarrassed in his last match. I mean, I think it's right that he loses his last match personally, but I don't think it's fair that he gets embarrassed. You know, like when Brock murked him. So it is true they did ask, but I did turn it down. It just, you know what I mean? People wouldn't like to see that. Me humbling John Cena. Yeah. Right, let's get the scores. So 48% great, 9% all time. Okay, so we got Chelsea and we got Alba in the ring, just shouting their mouths off. Zarya getting her entrance. It's a fun entrance, isn't it, this for Zarya? Shame they've not made her character feel this dominant. I mean, look at her there. She looks amazing. She looks amazing. The entrance looks amazing. And then here's Sol Ruka. Gives you a glimpse, though, doesn't it, of what we could do with Zarya. You know, that the graphics and everything, the name, her coming out like this, you're like, oh my God, there's a monster that's arrived. And then you got Sol Ruka like leapfrogging over and going. It is an odd couple, but God, you just got a glimpse of what Zarya could be, will be. Babyface Zarya doesn't work, said Brony. Woohoo said these ladies are great. Tell us about this tag team, says Michael Cole. Mate, there was aura. I felt aura when we had Zarya's entrance. I came to see Alexa, I'm so blissful, said the sign. Okay, right now we've got Zarya starting us off in there against Alba Fire. I like this. I think it's great to, you know, use a little bit of TV time just to showcase some NXT talent. I'm not down on that. Zarya grabbing Alba, hurling Alba in the corner. Bang. There's still a speed champion, said Cleveland Brown. Yes, there is. The belt lives on. It lives on in NXT. Okay, right now. Oh, what are we doing here? Look at that. She's grabbed her, picked her up. She can beat anybody in the middle of that ring, says Book. A big clothesline. Down goes Alba. Chelsea Green getting in. She's looking over the ring, and across the ring we can see Zarya. I don't think she really wanted to get in at that point. Okay. Zarya in control. Tag mates. Oh, that's great by Sol. Help me! Chelsea yells, help me! Boot coming into the side of the head there by Zarya. 1, 2, shoulder up. Chelsea in a whole heap of trouble. That Soul Snatcher can catch you quick, says Booker. Baseball slide, lovely work there by Chelsea, taking the legs away from Sol Ruka. Right now we got the heels coming back into the match. Coming back into the match. Big boot coming in. Yeah, nice work there by Chelsea. Saluting. Pledge your allegiance, you idiots. Fans booing away. Chelsea with Sol getting a shoulder up. Do we think Nick Nemeth, Dolph Ziggler will return, said Harry. I think that's a tricky one. I mean, it's not impossible, but I think it's a tricky one to see happening. We've just got so much young talent that's coming through, but you always need experience. You always need experience. I mean, we've seen people like Brian Kendrick come back, Tajiri come back, Bobby Lashley come back, Drew McIntyre come back, Braun Strowman come back, like Chelsea Green come back, of course. I mean, you look at LA Knight, how old he was when he joined up with WWE, and, you know, he was getting on a little bit. So, I mean, I would say the door's not closed for Dolph, but I don't know, it's going to be hard with so much young talent around. Chelsea going into the corner. Here's the Soul Snatcher. Boom, gets it. Soul Snatcher connects. 1, 2, Sol Ruka pins Chelsea. Wow. It's a win for Zarya and Sol Ruka. You see, this is the problem for Chelsea. She doesn't have the numbers advantage right now, what with Slagent P not around. She really does need to get another Slagent. And there's a lot of people wondering who that Slagent could end up being. I would be okay with it being Ariana Grace. I know we've not seen Ariana Grace loads in NXT, but she is really fun. I think she would work really well with Chelsea. She can work, she can wrestle. And for this role, I think she'd be really good. So, yeah, I think we need to get a Slagent. We need another Slagent. Okay, Alexa and Charlotte backstage. Chelsea said, I thought they looked impressive, talking about Sol and Zarya. When they face us, they better be ready. Do it. Go on. Whoa. Woo! She did it. No. Alexa doesn't do it. Okay, there's Stephanie. We've got the contract signing coming up next. Don't know about you, but if ever there's a backstage segment like that, my eyes are like all over the flipping place trying to see if there's anything happening that we need to know about. Okay, the Hervis tagline, it doesn't work. It sounds like a shorty for herpes, said SSJ. The Hervis. The secret Hervis. She loves putting her in things like Gov Hermant and stuff like that. When I saw the tweet she put out when she was talking about trying to find replacements for Slagent P, it was all about, you know, putting the word her into things. So, I don't know. I don't mind it. It's all right. Bring back Matt Cardona, said Jordan. Well, I think you might see him actually on Tuesday. He's been appearing the past couple of weeks in NXT. So he has been appearing. Whether they've got long-term plans, I'm not sure. But he did get into an interaction. With Josh Briggs. Couldn't remember the name then. Sol Ruka and Zarya beats Chelsea Green and Elba Fire. Elba Flame. I'm looking forward to that Street Fighter film, you know. Genuinely, I'm really looking forward to it. I like Street Fighter as a game. I mean, Street Fighter 2, blimey now, God knows how many hours I played that. But, yeah, the film they did back in the day was... But this one should be better. I got high hopes that this one's going to be... You know, it's going to look more like the game did, and it's going to have, you know, it's going to be good. Cody as Guile. That's pretty cool. I'm down for that. I like my pancakes with syrup and butter, said Nico. Nico, thank you. Shane said, Daze, what time are we going to go live for Crown Jewel? It's going to be about 1 a.m. here. No idea, but I've not. I don't really look until I set the streams up, so I don't know. I mean, you know, it'll just be what we normally do. So when is the pre-show? What time does that start? Because normally there's like a 2-hour pre-show. We always start like at least an hour before that. Depending on what time it is, it could be 2 hours before that. I mean, I really like having a chat with you guys like we always do before Raw, before Smackdown, before all the flipping streams. So, you know, I will be looking to kind of start early. But, I don't know, it's a weird one, isn't it? 'Cause it's in Australia, so time-wise, I don't quite know how it's going to work, so... Keep your eyes peeled. I'll have that stream set up probably quite early next week. Days 1 p.m. UK time for Crown Jewel, said Harry. Thank you, Harry. Anna said WWE has been beep since Liv's injury. Palpable loss. The true best women's division. Never before has a woman been missed so strongly like this, says Anna. Anna, I've got a question. Are you actually Liv Morgan in disguise? Is this actually Liv Morgan's burner account? I mean, she's got time on her hands right now. What's stopping her jumping in a watch-along using a fake account, eh? Hello, Liv. Hope you're well. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Love your work since you turned heel. Before that, you was a bit rubbish, to be honest. But since you turned heel, I thought you did some great stuff. Sonny said, I've got to get my UFC predictions in on Tapology. Yes, if you are, you know, thinking of joining us tomorrow, we'll be live for the UFC. Looking forward to, you know, getting our teeth into that. It's a big show. They're always exciting. But you can actually go on Tapology and make your predictions as to who you think is going to win. It's a website called Tapology. You just create a free account, find the show UFC 320, and then just make your predictions. So, you know, feel free to do that. Join us tomorrow. We're just seeing a video package of Roman returning. Roman when he came back on Smackdown. So we're just seeing what went down on Friday. Or, no, Monday. I'm getting all confused. Raw. Daze, did you see that the comedians going to Saudi for the comedy festival have been getting heat for going? No, but... I think anything to do with Saudi normally gets a lot of opinion, but I mean, to be honest with you, we've been watching WWE going to Saudi since before the pandemic, so it's not really something that I feel I can really make a massive deal out of. Because, I mean, we've been watching Saudi shows for like 7 years, so... Daze, do you think Carmella will come back? I don't think so. She's pregnant right now. I don't know if you saw that. That was in Unseen 2 days ago. 2 days ago. So congrats to her and Corey Graves. Looks like they're expecting another child. Right, we're backstage with Randy. Let's see what gets said here. Cody and Randy. You know I've got your back. Okay. Another little glance at the belt, maybe. Yeah, Heyman made some great comments earlier. He was saying, like, Cody, if you lose this match, Randy's going to look at you and think that's really our champion. That's the best that we've got. And, of course, a lot of people are expecting Randy to turn heel at some point, so... That really is setting up the main event. There is another little interesting wrinkle that's been added. Okay, right now we're going to the contract signing, though. Contract signing. We're making it official. Tonight... we make it official. This sounds like we're going to make love for the first time. Tonight, we're making it official. Okay, here comes Tiffany. That's what her music sounds like to me. She's covered in cherries. I hate cherries. Right. Booker T's like we're going to the tippy top. It's getting all kinds of excited. Right, contracts, sign him. I'm Team Stephanie on this one. Stephanie. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, Stephanie is getting her intro, and out she comes. Not crazy about her music, you know. Dun 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 dun. I don't know. It just doesn't really fit her. Sounds like a casual, laid-back Ultimate Warrior. Couldn't we have put a little bit of Cuban flair in there? Or wherever she's from. I don't even know where she's from. Got a few Tiffy time chants. You're a great champion. But I've only been champ for 2 weeks. I will show you who I am. The only thing that matters is that Stephanie loves it. She's from Chile. Well, I wish we could have some Chile influence in there. Also, I disagree. I don't give a flip what the wrestler's like. We're some of the best. There'll only be one woman walking out of Crown Jewel, and it will be me. Okay, Tiffany signs the contract. Stephanie signs the contract. Tiffany said it will and always will be Tiffy time. Handshake. I mean, where's this going? Is that it? We're just going to bring them out, sign the contract, and that's it. Stephanie chant. I mean, they're both baby faces, aren't they? So, I don't know. Is someone going to put someone else through the... That was it. It really was a contract signing. Jesus. Well, do you remember I was saying I really hope they do something to sell me on this match? Yeah, well, congrats. Congrats on not achieving that. If you go to the dictionary and look at pointless, you might find this segment. Although it might be getting saved here. Now we've got Julia and Kiana that have come out. Hang on. We might have spoke a bit soon. Julia and Kiana are here. Let Julia and I be the first to tell you you're a star. Oh, someone else has told her that before, I'm sure. I'm sure someone else has told her that. You're not a superstar. Is Tiffany going to come back and this lead to a tag match? My rates are high. Julia and Stephanie, of course, know each other very well. Was she dancing around? What's happening? Is she listening to music? I can't hear. What's she doing? Tiffany in the background grabs her belt. Surely these heels aren't going to be stupid enough to not notice Tiffany behind them. No, yeah, they are. They are that stupid. They thought Tiffany was just going to walk away. What? Julia trying to get out the ring. She does. She goes under the bottom rope. The belt is still in the ring, though. No, is it? Has she got it? Oh, yeah, there's 3 belts, isn't there? Blimey, now everyone's got a belt. But there we go. That happens. I swear, Japanese talent doing that booger sugar before they come out hyper as hell, said David. Corey Graves still convalescing. Okay, we got Nick Aldis. Oh, the young OG. What's happening? Wow, let's stay in touch. There's a bright future for you, young OG. Oh. Yeah, I'm down for that. Okay, now we got Berto and Angel. So, are we doing a match, are we? So, are we going to run with Javon again? I feel like we are freshening things up a little bit here, aren't we? Wow. Yeah, we are running it back. Young OG eating good, isn't he? So is this like a bit of a call-up? I don't know. What is this? I don't know what's happening. Is this like a bit of a call-up for the young OG or just giving him a little run out? Young OG back on SmackDown again? Yes! Young OG! Young OG! Young OG! Look at him working the crowd, man. Mate, he's got it, innit he? Look at the charisma. Look at it. Yeah, really good. Doug, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. As Ray Phoenix is making his way down. They must have heard the high praise that Jim Cornette gave the young OG. Oh, I'm sure it was that. That'll do it. Boom. Right. Santos could join Andrade in AEW, said Jess. It's going to get bouncy, said Edwards. Yeah, the young OG again. Let's go. I was not expecting that. So, yeah, we've had Zarya, we've had Sol Ruka, now we've got Javon Evans. NXT being well represented tonight. Contract signing, bit flat for me. I was really enjoying the show. I could have done without that contract signing. Definitely helped, though, by Julia and Kiana. They definitely kind of saved it a bit, but yeah. Still, I'd say a low point. But then we immediately pick things up with Javon and Ray Phoenix as they take on Los Gaza. We are into the second hour. Okay, Harry said, I wouldn't be surprised if WWE did Javon Evans merch for his call-up. Well, I think you can get some Javon merch. They will make merch for those that are in NXT, but I don't know. I just can't get a read as to whether... Because they're saying that they've changed the way they call people up now. It's not like, bang, that's it, you're done with NXT. Now they use them on the main roster and NXT. Well, that's exactly what we're seeing now with Javon. This is 2 weeks in a row that he's been on SmackDown. But not only that, like, he's coming out of an office with Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis saying, listen, you know, keep in touch. We can do some stuff together. It sort of makes me think that, well, I think we could see young OG on SmackDown a fair bit. I think they're of the opinion he's ready. They put Phoenix with everyone except an actual tag partner, said Glock Ness. Trippy said, should have made Javon Jamaican for a few years, and then they could have just redone Kofi's whole career. Perfect. Catherine said, are we going to get the Wyatts tonight? Ask him for a friend. Well, they could always show up, but I don't know where they would show up. I'm not sure I'm expecting them here, and I'm certainly not expecting them in the main event, so... I suppose you could get a vignette, couldn't you? We could always get a vignette. Alfie said, there are... How many strawberries would you eat if you had 1,000, but one was poison? Every time you eat a normal one, you would get 100,000. But if you eat the poison one, you die. Wow, that's a great question. 1,000 strawberries. Well, if you get 100,000 for eating a strawberry, to be honest, I don't really like the odds. Not a big fan of, like, you know, if there was a car journey and you had a 1 in 1,000 chance of dying, I don't love those odds. I don't love those odds at all. 1 in 1,000. You got a 1 in 1,000 chance of dying if you have just one of those strawberries. So, to be honest with you, I think I would probably have one. But as soon as I'm having, like... And I'd probably be okay with 2. But honestly, at that point, I'm getting nervous. Yeah. I'm getting nervous. Because actually, if you have 3... Isn't that like a 1 in 333 chance now? I think I'm having 2. I think I'm having 2. That'll give me 200,000, which, you know, you might be able to get a house with that. And I think beyond that, you're starting to get greedy. I mean, if you was to try and get to 1 million... That would mean having 10. If you have 10, what does that do to the odds? What would that do to the odds? I don't know. I'd have to work out the maths. It's an interesting question. My honest answer is 2, 3. I wouldn't go beyond that. I don't even like the odds of 1 in 1,000. I don't even like those odds. Life's way more important than that, isn't it? But if you ate 2, if you could just eat 2 and survive, 200,000, you could buy a house. That would change your life. No mortgage for the rest of your life. Okay, right now we got Jacob is cutting a promo on Drew. We're back from commercial break. Let's keep it 100. You coming for me? Jacob Fatu is all gas, no brakes. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was always going to be great. And it was great. You know what I mean? A little disappointed. A little disappointed Drew won't dethrone Cody, said Dr. Luchalala. Okay, hopefully this is going to be a banging match. Really looking forward to this. Brony said, I freaking love Jacob. Okay, tag being made. We got Berto in there with Javon. Daze, I love the women's tag titles, but WWE need to work on creating actual women's tag teams rather than just putting random women together, said Opala. Roll up there by Javon. Duck underneath. Middle rope. Crossbody. Down goes Berto. Kick out by Berto. Javon. Oh, no joy. Berto with a kick. Nice. Nice. Well, just a 1 count. Javon. 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 Another shot coming in. Okay, so Berto in control against G-Von. 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 Another big boot coming in. G-Von going against rope drop kick. I wonder if G-Von could be the long-term replacement. What is he saying, G-Von? The boy is bouncy! Yeah, man. Off the top rope. G-Von getting back into this. Oh, big boot there by Angel. He was getting back into it. Not anymore. Oh, that's actually quite a nice move. Slingshotting the person in as they're in the air. Bang! Rey Fénix. Oh, off the top rope. This is the kind of match where I'm like, not massively invested sometimes. I was talking about like Los Garza, Fénix, Dragon Lee, Legado. Just not really grabbing me, but the fact we've got G-Von in here. Oh, hello, now G-Von's going to go. G-Von going big air. Bah, mates! When G-Von does it, it just looks better. It's just bigger. Look at that. That camera angle as well looks so good. Oh, my God. Oh, mate, I'm a G-Von stan. I'm a G-Von stan. Sign me up. Rey Fénix, Javon Evans against Los Garza is underway. That boy is definitely bouncy, said Dean. Daze, if I was a wrestler, my name would be Butterfly Stinger. What would your wrestling name be? Your wrestling name, Madison, would be Butterfly Stinger. Isn't that more like a name of a move? Finishing move being like a Butterfly Stinger. More than a wrestler. I think my name would just have to be Daze, wouldn't it? Because that's what everyone knows me as now. Daze the guy said, yeah, Daze. Daze the guy. I think it'd just be Daze. I'm all right with that. Okay, right now we got Giovanni in the corner. Okay, a bit of a tree of woe. Ah. Kick coming in there by Berto. I ain't bragging, says Book, as Michael Cole talks about how Booker is a two-time Hall of Famer. He's like, you know, I ain't bragging. Los Garza very much in control here at the moment. Lee said, what's your favorite pizza? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I don't mind. I think, honestly, it'd probably be chicken and sweet corn, which is a weird combination, but I'm not really a big fan of, like, really heavy toppings. You know, sometimes you can get it that's got, like, bacon and ham and chicken and all this kind of stuff, and, like, that's, like, a serious sit-down commitment to me. Like, it's really heavy, and, I mean, it tastes amazing, but I don't know. I do find that with chicken and sweet corn, you're still getting like a nice taste. Little bit of crunch from the sweet corn. Say crunch. It's not much of a crunch, but it's got some sort of texture. It's got a little summit to it. Chicken is obviously nice. Normally you get some extra cheese on that. It's quite light. It's quite an easy pizza to eat, so probably go with that, honestly. But, I mean, if I was to get one and order one, I might get, like, you know, all the meats. Oh, I like all the meats, me. All the meats. But yeah, chicken and sweet corn. It's just lighter. Daze, I'm glad that WWE had Javon to play the part of Andrade. Yeah, I mean, is he now like a permanent replacement? It's a good thought, that. If this works to the outsides. Jess said it's almost Amazon shopping time. Do you know what? You're right, you know. You're right. It's Prime Day soon, isn't it? I don't know what I want to get. I think I want to get like an SD card, a bigger one, so that I can get more music on my little player. So I might be looking for like a little 2 terabyte SD cards. That might be what I look for. Is anyone looking for anything from Amazon Prime Day? I think it's the 7th, isn't it? It's really not far away. Erase Your Mind said, UFC, John Jones' brother passed away. Yeah, very sad. Erase Your Mind, I hope you're well. Nico said, there's a pizza joint that's got a Calabrese. It's a white pizza oil, garlic, sauteed chicken, broccoli, and bacon. That sounds nice. I'd try that. That sounds nice. That sounds nice. Right now, we got Javon on the outside. Look at Javon. He's all fired up. He wants to get in. The tag is made. Javon's in there. Duck underneath. Big shot. Lovely work. Big boot, though. Eats a big boot. Goes up. Young OG. Young OG. Very much in control. Another big boot coming in. Oh my God, he takes out the cameraman! Young OG! Young OG just took us out! Took the camera out, took the people at home out! Young OG just took out about 2 million people! Oh my God. 1, 2, Berto tried to cheat. Not today. Lovely work by the young OG. 1, 2. Angel makes the save. Young OG taking out the cameraman. Mate, you just can't stop watching this guy. The kid can do anything in the middle of that ring, says Booker. Big boot coming in. Right now, Ray Phoenix got like a... Oh, what a cutter there by Javon! Driver by Phoenix. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Just brilliant. It's everything you knew it was going to be. What a team. Imagine those guys against Fraxium. Michael Cole says, what a joy to watch. Okay, there's Damien backstage. Very good. Very impressive. Let's get the poll up for that match, shall we? Everyone's luck runs out. Oh, hello. Oh, Kit Wilson again. Been doing this for a few weeks now, haven't we? Yeah. Kit Wilson said he's going to show Damien what... just don't get it. Kit Wilson gets Rhodes. Down a ramp. I mean, what's Kit Wilson's plan? I don't understand. Perhaps it's just meant to be comedy. Last man standing. Let's see who hits harder. Well, Kit Wilson just got wheeled away. Okay, now we got Solo. Tala Tonga. Here he is. So they've been introducing these people for the past few weeks. There's a monster inside of you. I need you to bring that monster out. Your loyalty will be rewarded. Why is Damien having a singles run but not Finn Balor? Why isn't Balor splitting from Judgment Day and going solo, said Brony? I love you. I love you. There's something missing. Tama Tonga. Everyone is on notice when I find that missing part. They're really trying to build that up, aren't they? Really trying to build that up. Dun, 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 dun. Right, here we go then. Main event time. Main event time. This show has been not bad, honestly. Not bad. Good Sammy match. Good tag match. In fact, have we only had 3 matches? No. We had the Sol Ruka match, didn't we? Whoa. Solo's been telling the guys that they're the baddest of the bad for the past few weeks. Why don't they go? If I'm so bad, why do I need you? And then strike out on their own, said Rob. Well, perhaps they feel like they believe in his guidance. They believe in his experience. I mean, I don't know why they would, but perhaps they do. Cody making his way down. Wes said, I make the best foods. Shaquem said, second hour is the best hour for this show. Harry said, what happened to Bad Bunny? Did he leave WWE? Well, he was never really in WWE. He just did a few matches. Damien was saying the other day he expects Bad Bunny to come back. Do a match in the future, but he's got, like, obviously a lot to do with his music and everything. So, wrestling's loss is music's gain. Jess said, I could see him turning on Cody. I'm tired of being nice. Tired of being nice and not having gold. Noel said, did you know that Braun Strowman featured WWE shows, everything on the menu? Does that mean he returns to WWE? No. I believe that show's on the same network. So I think they're just... And that's obviously how Braun made his name. So anyone that's going to tune into that show is more than likely going to remember Braun from WWE. So they're just trying to promote the new show. Nathan said, did he hint at a Tama Tonga return? I miss my spirit animal. Well, maybe, but I'll tell you what, my brain was like, well, hang on. You've just said that there's a missing piece, and once you work out what that is, then everyone needs to be careful. But surely, if you know that it's Tama Tonga, wouldn't you be like, the missing piece is about to return? You wouldn't be in doubt as to what that missing piece was. Surely you would know what the missing piece is. It's not like Tama Tonga's going to come back. You're going to go, oh my God, yes, I remember this guy. God, you know, I'd forgot about you, but yeah, that's the missing piece. So I'm like, oh, I don't know, actually. Is he teasing something other than Tama Tonga? Because he seemed to not be quite sure what the missing piece was. So, but apparently Tama Tonga is close to returning, so I mean, it would make sense it being Tama Tonga, but I just don't quite get how that would fit. Tama's got no reason to go back with Solo. He is a loyal SOB to Jacob. That's why I F with him, said Dots Luchalala. Trini said, people have hyped Zilla up so much for his debut. It's going to be a lot of pressure for him to live up to. Wrestler said, well, maybe Zilla. How much sleep are you going to get before the pay-per-view next week? What, you want, like, total number of hours? I mean, I tried to get 7 hours. I don't always get 7. Sometimes I get 6. I can operate on that. Less than 6 and I would be asleep right now. So, yeah, I mean, sleep's really important. Certainly when you're, like... If I don't get sleep, my brain doesn't work properly. My brain doesn't work properly anyway. But if I was to be sat here and like people are like asking me questions, I'd be like, hang on, what? Everything just gets harder, foggier. And it's like me without a good night's sleep is like an old broken search engine. Someone can say something and I might have to go, hang on, what did you say again? Run that past me again. Like, that's me when I'm tired. I just don't work. I have to get sleep. So, no, I really do make that a priority. There's no way it's Zilla, said Jaden. Shakeem said Raw is coming on 8 a.m. in the morning. So, no longer called Monday Night Raw. It's going to be Monday Morning Raw, said Shakeem. Benny said, what if the Saudis buy WWE and it's part of a story where WWE comes to their senses, fights for power in kayfabe, Turk Ali Sheikh against Triple H? Sure. Wes said, just because someone is good doesn't mean they're good enough to be on the main roster. Look how green Jade is. Rob said it's going to be called Raw Dogging in the morning. Raw, are we? Is that really what we're going to call it? Raw Dogging. Okay. We're backstage with the Street Profits and B-Fab. Yeah, what are we doing? Maybe you get the Wyatts here for all you that were hoping to see the Wyatts. How you feeling? How you feeling? They don't look on the same page. We've been going through a lot. Oh, next week? Tag title match? We're fighting for each other. It's not just the tag titles. We're fighting for each other. Here we go. Here we go. Message incoming from the Wyatt Six. Still no Howdy? Where's Howdy? What has Nikki got? Has she got her mask? She seems to be stroking something, but I think it's her mask. Oh, that's a good line. You choke on the smoke. Ah, it's cool with the masks. Run. Well, there we go. But no Howdy. And we saw the group the other week and there was no Howdy there as well. Hope everything's okay. So there we go. Next Friday, it's been announced. WWE Tag Team Championship match. Wyatt 6 against the Street Profits. Another mystery challenge for Sammy next week as well. That's got to be Grayson. That has got to be Grayson Waller. And also next Friday, we've got Stephanie and Tiffany taking on Julia and Kiana. So next Friday, it's going to be in SmackDown. I mean, I'm guessing that it's going to be like 2 times. I mean, I'm guessing it's not going to be live at 8 Eastern. Last Man Standing match next week as well. Damian Alistair. So yeah, I'm guessing this one that they're promoting right now is going to be a taped version of the show. The live version, God only knows what time that's on. Right, Cody in the ring. Let's just stand in front of a monitor for no reason, says Zoom Station. There was someone behind the screen. You could see some legs, said JDS. Some lovely legs. Talk to me. Here's Randy. Did anyone see Howdy in the background when Miz and Mello were on earlier? No. No. He was in the background, was he? 100% certain. Leanne said, raw dogging is not wrapping up your equipment if you're a dude, if you know what I mean. You mean putting a condom on a penis, don't you, Liam? Randy is going to give out RKOs to everyone. Benny said, Daze, what's the strategy for streaming early on SmackDown? Wake up, stream. Wake up, stream, don't cry about it. That's my strategy. Dr. Luchalala said the world title would look so good on Randy again. Taker 1990 said, Daze, any word on Tamatonga? No, only that he's expected to be back soon. David said, I'm just waiting for Randy to start letting punts fly. Wrestling Void said, that is not WWE friendly. Which bit? Condoms and penises. That's fine. That's PG. Believe me, there's other words I could have chose. There are other words I could have chose. Robbie said, even if Randy goes heel, I don't see a lot of boos for him, especially where Cody is this year. Cena got cheers and Drew got cheers, says Robbie. Jordan said, Randy Orton's theme is awesome. The band called Rio Theory. Jay said, doubt we get a Randy turn tonight. I don't see it happening right before Crown Jewel. And whilst Cody is feuding with Seth, if anything, it will happen at Crown Jewel at the earliest. Okay, we got Randy on the outside looking to... Oh, hello. Listening to... it's Tiffy time. It's Randy time. Dave, hello. Hope you're doing well. Alan said it's wake up, stream, repeat. It's absolutely that. You very much just summed up my life. Wake up, stream, repeat. Okay, Randy is in the ring, so let's get this changed over. Cody and Randy versus The Vision. They're giving this match a bit of time. It's going to get a good 20-odd minutes. It's going to get a good 20-odd minutes, this. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. How was SmackDown, said Dave. It was all right. All right. I don't feel like I wasted my time. Some really good matches. Sammy's open challenge was good against Aleister Black. Javon Evans on the show. That was pretty good. Sol Ruka on the show is always fun. Main event is just star power, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't really matter who wins this match. It's just star power, but Cameron said, Daze, have a great weekend. And you, buds. And you. Nico said, with all these entrances, we're not even going to get a 15-minute match. First ballot Hall of Famers. Okay, here come the Vision. Trippy said, Wyatt's just can't seem to get themselves on a PLE. William said, can we please end this vulgarity? I mean, it used to be fun when it was only me that was being a pervy douche. Now everyone is, and it's just no fun for me. That is true, actually. We are encroaching on William Hence's gimmick. Sorry, buds. Okay, here comes the Vision. Here comes the Vision. Vision, 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 vision. Vision, 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 vision. Okay, here's Bronson. Oppola said the Wyatt Six are the Wyatt Shiz. They're pointless and overhyped. Since their crazy debut, where they murdered everyone. What have they done to give us the chaos? Sick Horror Kingman said, I haven't watched WWE in a couple of months. It's just not doing anything anymore. It's the same old shiz. Like what they're doing with Seth's team to make people care. I think the Vision is already dead, said Sick Horror Kingman. Okay, well, we've got Braun in there with Randy. Jordan said, do we think that we will bring back the Legend Killer? There's not really any legends for him to kill, is there? Who can he kill that's a legend? I don't think so. I mean, we can bring the dark side back of Randy. Of course, turn him heel, absolutely. But have we got any legends for him to kill? Who's he going to kill? Flipping Michael Cole. Who's he going to kill? Byron Saxton. Bron Breaker to the outsides. Jaden said, why is the Vision main event in every show? It's because we've been really bad fans and we've complained too much and now we're being punished. That's it. That's it right there. It's our own fault. If we'd been nicer, then I don't think they would have mistreated us like this. You get what you deserve. And this is clearly what they feel like we deserve. WWE posted a crown jewel match between Bronson and Seth. Does that point to a turn, said Wrestling Voids. Nah. They are forcing the Vision like a 2015 Roman, said Robbie. Oppola said, is it weird that I would love to be RKO'd by Randy? Yes. Because that does seem to be like a sex thing. And that is weird. Oppola, you getting sexual gratification for being RKO'd by Randy Orton is a bit weird. Jess said, I figure when Gunther comes back, he could have so many great new feuds. I miss him now. Oh. Dr. Lucha Lala said, putting Bronson in the Vision was such a horrible idea. He's become such a jobber now. He was a wrecking machine before. Right now, Kit coming into the midsection. To the outside. Which WWE superstar might survive a Silent Hill video game, said Not JPEG. Rowan. My Phenomenal Figure said, do we think that Dominic Mysterio... What do we think of Dominic? I think he's very overrated. I think he's grown a lot. I think he's found a character. I think that if you look at the kid that was babyface with his dad's in a tag team and compare him to where we are... Oh my God, Heyman running. We just had Heyman running out the way. Oh, mate, a little Heyman run. I'm here for that. I'm here for a little Heyman run. I don't want to use the word waddle because that's not fair. But, Life's not fair, and that's exactly what it was. It was a waddle. I've seen ducks doing that. Bron Breakker gets planted onto the commentary table. Now Bronson slams Randy onto that table. It was a rough landing. We are underway. We need to get rid of... Run, Heyman, run! Run, Heyman, run. Heyman, run, run, run. Right. 52, 30, 13, and 5. Okay, we've got 14 minutes left to go. Leanne said Bron Breakker looked like a legit threat when he wasn't in the vision, but ever since, he's just been a jobber. Papa Croc said, I actually really like Legacy. Ted DiBiase Jr. was a good wrestler, but he just turned out to be a loser. I don't know what he actually... Can't remember what he did. What did he do? Didn't he, like, steal money from a church or something? I mean, that's not great. That's not great, is it? That doesn't look very good on the resume. Stealing money from a church? I don't know. I don't even know if that's what he did. Right now, we've got headlock being applied there by Bronson. Daze, is it weird for me to have a photo framed of you in my house? No. Wrestling Voids. No. I think you'll find that pretty much everyone in our community has got that. So, no, not at all. Pretty standard. Ted DiBiase Jr. had a fire theme song, though, said Kader. Okay, right now, Cody reaching out. Tag made with Big Bronson. Gets the ropes. Collides into Big Bronson. Oh, big kick coming in. To the outside goes Big Bronson. Reads. Duck underneath there by Cody. Clothesline. Cody bringing the fire. Suicide dive. Lands on top of the Vision. Goes for the cover. It's too early, Cody. Cody, we need this match to go at least another 10 minutes, mate. Way too early. Right now, Cody in there with Bronson. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. So we got Cody Rhodes chant breaking out. Cody not doing so well, though, at the moment. Big Bronson Reed in control. Pappy Croc said, Undertaker sat there with times that Vince floated Edge, Kennedy, Ted DiBiase Jr. as the ones to beat the streak. Said there were times that Vince floated those. Brony said, Daze, you was a massive Wyatt Six fan in the early days, so I'm wondering if you're still interested. If you expect big things from them, I'm not a fan. Well, I was a big fan of Nightbirds and the invasion and everything, but I think it's very clear that as to where we've gone wrong. I'm not keen on what we've done since they returned. I'm not keen on them like being heels. I'm not really keen on them focusing on tag titles. The problem you've got is that you can say that, which I have just said that, but it's getting them onto TV, isn't it? It's getting them onto TV. So I kind of see this as a starting point, honestly. I see this as a way of getting them onto TV, and then hopefully we can build from there, you know, get that momentum going. Get them on TV, regular, get them into matches, get them into decent high-profile matches. I mean, tag team championship matches, great. So I feel like we've got a plate spinning for Gacy and Dexter, but what are we doing with Howdy? What are we doing with Rowan? What are we doing with Nikki? We seem to set our sights on Solo and his group. Are we just waiting for them to get going? I tell you what, hey, how about this? How about this? This is one of those moments where I say something and everyone goes, wow, that's amazing. This is why I watch this guy. You know, like how Solo said there was something missing? Well, the streets were saying that it could be Solo's group against the Wyatt Six in the future. So what if what's missing is a female? Because if we're about to engage in a big faction war, if we're about to do something between the Wyatts and Solo's group, then do we not need something for Nikki Cross? So what's missing? What's that X factor? I didn't get the impression that he was talking about Tama Tonga. As I said earlier during that segment, like, he was saying that there's something missing, and once I work it out, once I figure out what it is, then everyone's, you know, in trouble. Well, if it was Tama, surely he would already know about Tama. He's not forgotten about Tama. So what he said just didn't add up to me teasing a Tama return. So I wonder if we're going to go a different direction. I wonder if that direction's going to be a female. I wonder if that then sets the table for a feud against the Wyatt Six. And that might fit a little bit better. So, I don't know, just a thought, but that could be fun. That is definitely a feud I see in the very near future. There we go. Everyone's just, their minds are blown. Everyone's like, wow. Wow. That's what people are doing right now. They're all at home. Where's the confetti? Let's set it off. Brilliant. That is brilliant. That's how you play this game. That's how you play this game. Right. I'm joking, of course. I don't think any of you like me whatsoever. Cody going against the ropes. Catherine said, Daze, I am clapping now, actually. Well done. Okay, well, maybe Catherine does. Cody goes back into the corner. Braun driving his shoulder in. Shaquem said, that did not look like confetti. I don't even want to say what that looked like. Sperm. Did it look like sperm? I don't know where it shoots out from. Not sperm, I know where... Like. Dave said, Daze, you're dreaming again. Yeah. Streaming again. Kendall said, get Nia. That could be interesting, couldn't it? Putting Nia in with that group. That could be interesting. I am picking up what you're putting down there. I see you. I see you. Who's shouting? Oh, it's Braun. Someone was just yelling, Cody. Cody Rhodes. It was Braun. He does not have a lovely singing voice. That's breaking news. Right. Cody trying to get over to make the tag. Right now we got Braun holding onto the leg of Cody. Cody trying to get over. He kicks out at Braun. Braun goes back to the corner. Tag made. In comes Bronson. Double axe handle. Oh, he just has a dirty little look over at Randy. Sean said the Wyatts have got to have a match in AAA soon. That's true. That's just like a little side quest, though, isn't it? Wrestler Andy said, what if The Rock's going to be Solo's final? Imagine that. Imagine that's the missing piece, the flipping Rock. Boof. Rikishi. Cody rolls out the way. Jess said, bring up Lash Legend. Mate, imagine that. They really like Lash Legend as well. I mean, you know, Solo doesn't have any relation to the Tongans. So, I mean, Solo's group's not based on family. Bang! Here we go. Randy's in. Daddy's here. Daddy is here right now. Charging over. Big boot coming in there by Braun. Over the other side. Lovely work. Okay, Randy. Woof. Jagged Edge by Bronson. Robbie said Cody has only lost 8 matches since his return. 4 of them singles matches. It's a fun fact, buds. Didn't realize you were such a big Cody fan, where you had such a built-in database knowledge. Shot coming in there by Randy. Fun fact, though. I respect it. Brony said, the main event doesn't mean anything. Therefore, the match, this makes me not care. It's just star power, innit? It's just star power. People love Cody, Randy, not so much the Vision. 1, 2, Randy. Bron makes the save. Cody's in. Can they coexist? That's the big question. Can Randy and Cody coexist? Kick coming in there by Cody. Into the ring posts. OTC chance. Coming over. Oh, into the timekeeper's area. Wow, that was a big spot. God, man. God, man. That's Booker. God, man. Going over, looking for a draping DDT to Big Bronson Reed. People are on their feet. Bang. Plants him. Plants him. Randy looking out to the crowd. He's going to that place. He's going to that place. Heyman. What's Heyman doing? Heyman's going up top. Oh, my God. Seth with a curb. I would have given good money to have seen Heyman deliver a splash. Could you imagine Heyman climbing up top, delivering a splash? There's no need, though, because no one's going to do it better than Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reed with a tsunami. Seth Rollins getting involved, helping the Vision secure the victory. But we have never been closer to seeing a Paul Heyman splash off the top. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. One day that's going to happen, and that is going to be a glorious day. Heyman pulled off the master plan. He pulled off the master stroke. Aubrey, shout out to you. Heyman splash. Smells like a lawsuit. Okay, look, they're looking like they might be going back to the ring, but Seth's like, no, no, no. He's mine. You're done. Get out of here. Go to the showers. Cody's in the ring. There's Heyman. Heyman and Seth are standing side by side. What's this? Cody's on his hands and knees. He's ready to be curbed. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you do it. He's going to do it. He's doing it. He gets in the ring. Curb to Cody. Misses. Cody played possum. Cody got out the ray. Crossroads. Crossroads. Heyman said to him, don't do it. Don't do it. He went and did it. He shouldn't have done it. He absolutely shouldn't have done it. He's going to regret doing it. Heyman said, don't do it. But he did it. And it shouldn't have been done. Show's over. My boy Cody was ready, said Semper. He was ready. Born ready. Yeah? Born ready. Rob said Seth's outfit makes... it looks like it's made out of an old couch. Well, it's probably better than how he normally looks. Right, let's get some match scores, shall we? Jess said, adrenaline in my soul. That was fun, wasn't it? I think that show was fun. I agree, though, that the main event didn't really mean anything, didn't really matter. But, you know, Cody and Randy lose. Hey, who got pinned? Randy. Who got pinned? I think Randy got pinned, didn't he? Because Cody got put through the timekeeper's area. Because that could have repercussions. Couldn't it? Well, it could. But it could have if it was Cody that had been pinned. Why didn't they have Cody pinned? Why was Cody not pinned? If Cody had been pinned, then we would have been a little further down the road that Paul Heyman told us about, you know? Randy will look at you and wonder why you're champion, but we didn't do that. Why? Why? The team lost, but it was Randy that was pinned. Why? I want answers now. Why? Why have we done that? That match was nothing, said Austin. It was fine. It didn't mean much. Madison said, would you like to come with me and my favourite husband and baby girl on the crazy train? I'm a bit confused by what you mean by favourite husband. It does kind of paint a picture. It does seem to suggest that you may have more than one, which if you do, I'm not judging. I'm not judging. I just feel sorry for the other guy who's not the favourite husband. Seems harsh. Imagine living a life where you're sharing a partner and you're not even regarded as the favourite husband. So, I don't know. I've got a few questions, Madison. There's a few things about the setup that don't sit right with me. Stay safe out there, said Jadam, and you, Jadam, and you. Seth will probably win at Crown Jewel. Yes. I've not seen the odds, but he would feel like favourite to me. Yes. Daze, do you think Paul Heyman is working for Brock? Since Paul said to Seth, don't do it. He's in your head. Don't know how that connects to Brock. I'm not sure how that connects to Brock. He could be working with Brock, but I don't think what we got at the end of this show tells us that. I think he was just saying, don't do it. I know Cody well enough to know that this ain't going to go well if you get in that ring and try and curb him. But he went and did it and tried, and it didn't go well. Austin said, SmackDown was a pretty good show. The contract signing was awful. Main event was okay. Other than that, it was a good show. Giving it a 7. Harry said, it's given me Cody versus heel Cena flashbacks when Cody won on the promo but then lost the match. Catherine said, I'm giving SmackDown 7.5. I enjoyed it. Good night to the community. Catherine, good night, my friends. Bishop said, Daze, I have a question. What does WWE do with the contracts after they are signed? I believe they get filed in the paperwork. I mean, the contracts that you see on TV are not the official ones, of course. They're just props. They go into the warehouse. The ones they actually sign get stored at the headquarters with HR. So, I mean, we don't see those because those have got like proper details in and whatnot. But if people are like re-signing their deals or whatever, and it gets used on the show, those ones are just props. Sick Horror Kingman said, why do we think the vision is not working? And why do we... That's a big one. Honestly, buds, I feel like that is a 2 hours chat before rather than we're about to leave now chat. We've covered the vision quite a bit, but save it. Come back with that on Monday and we can get our teeth into it. Shaquem said, I'd love to see Heyman and Brock back together again because him in that group ain't it. Seth needs to go far away from the group. They need to put the 2 Bronze and Brock. Sick, Aura Kingman, shout out to you, yep. Bring me that back on Monday. Hannah said, I thought the show was good. Jordan said contract signing wanted me to fall asleep. I didn't think Tiffany is going well. I agree. What if Heyman is actually working with Roman? Playing games with the Vision, said Funky Fluffy. See you all for Raw, said Boomers. Yes, don't forget we are back tomorrow for all you UFC stands. We will be back tomorrow. So, yeah, plenty going on in the wrestling world and the UFC worlds. Let's just get the scores and then we'll be out of here. So, Vision against Cody and Randy. You lot said was good. Gave it a good score. You said it was good 91. You weren't massively feeling it. I think the fact that it was just a match that didn't really have much in the way of consequence just probably meant that you guys were like, nah. Yeah, I mean, look, we'll do a review of the show, of course, but I want to get the talking points video done first. It's kind of where we round up all our thoughts about the show really into one video and also talk about what went down. So I'm going to do that now. Then I'll get the review done. Then I'll get Unseen done. So yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate people hanging with us. I hope you had a good time. Hope you kind of had a little think about things. And I think the community bringing their thoughts, their theories is obviously really interesting. So big thank you to everyone that joined us. Appreciate it as always. I'm going to run and work on those videos and hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.